Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Demi Demon Deku Was Son of Muzan? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Several miles away, Shinobu was walking calmly back from a mission she had recently had. From what the reports said, the demon she faced was of notable strength to possibly be one of the 12 Kizuki. However, it wasn't and was easily eradicated by her with next to no difficulty. Once sunrise comes, that demon will be completely dead. Shame it wasn't one of the 12 though. I would have loved to gather information from them. As she talked with herself, Karasu came dive-bombing towards her to stop right near her. Danger! Danger! Lady Shinobu! Izuku Midoriya requests assistance. A member of the 12 Kizuki has been discovered at a camp with several people in danger of a horde of demons attacking them. Run as fast as you can and give him assistance in protecting the students of UA. Hearing this, Shinobu immediately started running with Karasu leading the way. A member of the 12 Kizuki and a horde of demons attacking the students of UA. This certainly isn't natural. Muzan Kibutsuji must want to end them rather intently. How far away is the camp? It will take at least 30 minutes by foot. We must hurry. Just hold on, Izuku. I'll be there as soon as I can. With Izuku. Izuku continued his battle with Kurabara and Kuramura. With ease, the male demon was able to deflect Izuku's attacks with his fists, with Kurabara going behind to attack Izuku. In retaliation, Izuku used one of his breathing techniques. Night Wind Current Slash. He was able to incapacitate Kuramura momentarily by slicing his arms off while also going right for Kurabara's neck. That's one. You damned punk. Kurabara sent a slash of ice at Izuku for him to get pushed back. At the same time, Kuramura was able to regrow his arms and give Izuku a solid punch to his stomach. This knocked the wind out of him with his stomach being lit on fire from the hit. Too hot for you punk dash. The demon was cut off by Izuku successfully cutting its head off. The body fell to the ground with Izuku standing on his feet in some pain. Son of a beach, that hurt? He patted the cinders on his clothing before narrowly having his head kicked off by Kurabara. Damn it. This is your fault for not taking him as seriously, stupid brother. Put your head back on and get back in there. Kuramura's body began to move to grab his head and place it back on his body. When it was there, it started to reattach itself to confuse everyone. Wait, how is he still alive? The demon's head was cut off, so he should be defeated. Momo was confused with Ochako not that far behind her. It's like what we know about ending demons doesn't work on these two then. So does that mean they're unkillable? Izuku was trying to figure out what exactly was happening right now. This doesn't make any sense. I know I ended him. He should be long gone by now. Take this. Kurabara continued to attack Izuku with his blades blocking her punches and kicks while noticing they were accumulating frost on them. Poisonous ring slash. Izuku was able to send the female demon back a large amount with her body stiffening up a bit. Don't bother trying to fight it. That poison will hinder any demon for an hour. Not a bad trick, punk. Kuramura came behind Izuku to nearly slam his head into the ground before being dodged and having his arms sliced off again. This had the demon pull back and go into the forest with Izuku turning to take off Kurabara's head. He was able to get a clean cut on it to sever it and have everyone think this was the end of one. However, Kurabara's body continued to move with the poison being nullified in her body. She pierced Izuku's side to have it go through and break his bottom right rib. This forced him to spit up blood and pull back and immediately try to stop the bleeding. It's funny really. You're not as fast as a demon, but you heal like us. Izuku's body naturally closed the wound with Kurabara continuing to smirk with Kuramura returning to the female demon's side. I gotta ask, are you a human or demon? Does it matter? Even if I don't heal like a normal human being, I stand for them no matter what happens. This comment made Kuramura laugh hysterically. What a effing joke. Why would you want to stay with such weak and fragile beings? He pointed at Ochako for a moment to show her still struggling with what she had done. Take the girl for a good example. She nearly ended herself just to survive. They're stupid and useless and a species that we can easily dominate. But the question still stands, why don't you become a full demon and destroy that final bit of weakness in you? Humanity is not a weakness. Izuku was enraged at this comment as he explained his logic. Yes, humans as a whole are naturally weak compared to a demon. However, there is something that makes them far stronger than demons. Moral humanity to help others regardless of their own harm. Having something like that is what makes humans strong. It's something not every human can have, but it's a trait in humanity that makes them willing to stand against demons like you. They aren't weak. If anything, they're stronger than monsters like you who don't care for the people whose lives you ruin. The people you hurt by your own actions. All Izuku's anger leaked out to have both demons look as if they're ready to end Izuku. Fine then. You want to go this route, then let's settle this. Kurabara began going into a pose that resembled Izuku's family Kagura. Blood demon art, Death Frost. Meanwhile, Kuramura was doing the same with him, taking a fighting stance with his fists turning into black fire. Blood demon art, Midnight Flames. All three went charging once again at one another with Izuku blocking all their attacks and attempting to slash back. This however did nothing as the two continued to block and sent him flying into the forest. Kurabara came in front of Izuku for him to constantly parry her hands and feet coming directly at him. He was struggling with a flaming tree being sent right at him. He dodged this and noticed the forest beginning to get engulfed in flames. To avoid this, he used a breathing style to destroy the burning trees and put out the flames. This opened him up for a blast of fire to send him back into the opening before narrowly having his body frozen to the ground. Focus. It looks like I need to cut both their heads off at once. In an attempt to push back and relieve some pressure to gain an opening, Izuku pulled his swords back and went for a slash at Kuramura. Striking demonic slash. The attack made connections to his shoulder to give him a moment of fear, as it seemed before this was stopped with the demon going back to attack Izuku and forcing him to block. As this happened, Kurabara came behind Izuku and attacked him. This led to him having to dodge and take a flaming fist to the right eye and having the lower right side of his back get pierced and sliced through. Face it, you're not gonna win. We've ended several demons including a Hashira. You're not gonna beat us. Kuramura smirked at this with Kurabara trying to reason with Izuku. Why don't you just become a demon? Master Muzan told us to bring you in dead or alive. I'm not sure what's so special about you specifically, but you're good enough to have him want you. So why don't you just come with us, become a demon, and we can have some fun slaughtering the weaklings over there. Kurabara was cut off by multiple long-ranged blasts by the Class A and B students that could. They were able to destroy her right arm to force her to glare at them. Vermin should learn their place. Now, I hope you're all willing to die from that. Kuramura. Slaughter them. Start with the two wannabe demon slayers and the pro heroes while making your way down the line. Up yours. Why don't you slaughter them and I'll finish the Hashira. I let you end the one from before. Now it's my turn. They stopped when they felt something come from Izuku's direction. He stood with the injury to his side still not fully healed with his right eye slowly opening. I won't let you harm anyone here. No matter what, I'll prevent you from laying a single finger on everyone. Izuku began holding a stance to indicate he was about to use his family's Kagura. Tsukuyami no Kami Kagura? He breathed out with frost coming out of his mouth as he moved in next to no time to both demons. You think that's gonna stop us? Kurabara sent blasts of ice from her hands and feet with Kuramura doing the same with his flames. Izuku countered with his slashes to show snow from where he attacked. He moved closer and closer towards them with both demons preparing for a final attack. First moonlit night. Izuku's body began cracking with blood coming out of his legs and arms from the body not being suited for the technique. His attack landed however as both his blades connected with their necks simultaneously. As this happened, both demons were about to make contact with Izuku only for him to be slightly faster. He was about to sever the neck entirely. Please. Stop this. Izuku heard this to look at the souls once again. His hands stopped moving for his attack to end and both demons to succeed in stabbing him through his chest. When they all stopped, everyone watched in horror as they noticed Izuku being impaled. Midoriya. People held their mouths as Ochako screamed. Pathetic. To think you die this easily. Kurabara looked unamused as Izuku held tears in his eyes. Izumi, Tsubasa, Please tell me this isn't true. He looked at two souls holding both Kuromura and Kurabara back. Upon further inspection, he noticed the souls being two he'd never planned to see in a million years. His mother and father were trying to pull back the two demons with tears in their eyes. Izumi, please stop this. Tsubasa, remember who you are. Now I'm horror over what he saw. Izuku held his head screaming from the realization. Izumi, Tsubasa, what happened to you all? Why is this happening? Kuromura raised his eyebrow at the reaction with no feeling of remorse whatsoever. Izumi smirked before holding her other hand up, preparing to end Izuku. Meanwhile, a man watched on a tree limb as the events had taken place. Now this is a surprise. I knew that he's eventually realize who they are, but I never expected this to be what breaks him. The man was Muzan Kibutsuji as he looked up at the sky in satisfaction. I wonder if you're watching this from the afterlife, Izuku Midoriya. Your children trying to end one another, completely oblivious of who they are as they do so. Well, I guess we'll just have to end you and bring you with us. Kurabara prepared to attack before something caught all three demons' eyes. Kurabara, Kuromura. Muzan's voice came to both demons for them to hear. Leave now. We shall retrieve the remains of Izuku Midoriya at another time. He's good as dead with the injury you've given, even for his healing. Brother, pull back. Hearing this, Ochako began running with a sword in her hands. Momo, the sun's coming up. Jump in now before it's too late. The dark-haired woman understood with the demons now looking to pull their arms out of Izuku's chest. However, they felt a hand grip them to see it was Izuku's. You idiot! What the hell are you doing? If I have to die today, I'm ending it by bringing you both to the afterlife with me. It's the only way for me to repay my own sins. They now panicked and began punching Izuku. They repeatedly tried to use brute strength to pull themselves off to no avail. I'm sorry you had such a horrible son like me that caused your death. I just hope this makes up for everything I've done. Leto. Not until UDE. Both Ochako and Momo were just about to reach the two as both demons cut their losses and severed the arm trapped in Izuku and ran off into the forest. We need to find sanctuary from the sun. There's a cave down the way. We can use that until nighttime and return to Master Muzan. As they spoke, Ochako and Momo went with one of the swords Izuku gave them and used total concentration with the Tsukuyami Kagura. They threw it as hard as they could towards both to just narrowly miss the center of their necks. Come back and face you cowards. Don't run like a fool. Momo shouted this with both notably angered. Stupid beaches. We're not running from them. We're running from the sun. Ochako started shouting in tears at the act. You didn't win today. Izuku was the real victor. He succeeded in keeping everyone safe. Thanks to his training, we were able to defeat your lackeys and save our friends. Just remember that US demon slayers are always going to face you demons in the dead of night where you have the advantage. Ahas. Everyone watched in surprise as Ochako laid her heart on the line with Izuku smiling knowing his student held strong morals. Near the beginning of the rant, Shinobu came onto the scene to notice the ending acts of the attack. When Ochako finished, Izuku fell back on the solid ground, unable to stay up from the pain. Izuku/Midoriya. Third-person POV. Everyone began circling Izuku with Shinobu holding his chest up to avoid his blood pooling in his lungs. Momo and Ochako were in absolute shock something like this could happen. Izuku, can't you heal with a breathing technique? You've healed yourself from worse things like this. Come on. Ochako tried to understand this with Shinobu holding her head down knowing it's past the point of any normal help. Our breathing techniques can make problems less, but they aren't a perfect cure for all. I've seen Izuku on death's door even as a child, but this is beyond even that. Tears started to fall down Shinobu's face as she said the next part. He's going to die. There's nothing anyone can do to stop it. He can't die. Izuku's too strong for that. Momo tried to think of an answer with everyone seeing the sun start to destroy the arms of the demons and take the only thing preventing Izuku from bleeding out away. This can't be happening. Midoriya bro is too tough to go like this. Mido. Several of the students watched in tears and or shock as Izuku began to die. As this happened, Ochako remembered what she found out about Izuku to cut her hand. Shinobu, I want you to open his mouth and keep it open. What are you dash? She looked at Ochako's hand to see some blood dropping out. Ochako, I do not know what will happen if he goes down this path. If he becomes a complete monster and lash out at everyone, are you prepared to have to watch as I end him? I don't care if that happens. Out of all our options, this is the best chance we have of him surviving. Ochako knelt down towards Izuku's head. Ochako, are you sure about this? He might be extremely against this. Momo tried to reason with her for the brunette's mind being made up. We'll have that answer here in a few minutes. Begrudgingly, Shinobu agreed to open Izuku's mouth. When she did, Ochako poured her blood into Izuku's mouth. The sound of him swallowing it was heard with everyone watching in hopes this worked. There was a silence with Ochako, Shinobu and Momo thinking it didn't work. They started crying a bit before Izuku's eyes opened wide and he began to scream in pain. Ahah! He moved away from Shinobu with his body curling up in a ball. His injury began healing with his hands clenching his arms. He looked as if he was in uncontrollable pain with his veins beginning to bulge out of his skin. What's happening? Ida spoke up with everyone trying to go towards Izuku. Nobody goes near him. Shinobu held her hand on her sword's handle prepared to attack if need be. If he goes on a frenzy, I'll have to handle him before this gets out of hand. Izuku continued to roll around on the ground in notable pain before bashing his head into the ground. Come on Izuku. I know you're able to beat this. Just keep fighting it. This continued for several minutes with Izuku dripping in sweat from the act. Finally, his body stopped tensing with his grip loosening on himself and laying back with a shortage of breath. Everyone waited to see if he was okay with Kaminari slowly walking up to him. Is he dead? Hard to say. I'm not even sure if it worked. Momo slowly walked to Izuku after Shinobu explained her uncertainty. I wouldn't mess with him if I was you. She held her ear to Izuku's chest to hear a heartbeat and a sharp inhale of air. He's breathing. He also doesn't have any injuries from the fight that are serious. That's a good thing. For now at least. I doubt the other Hashira would be as accepting over what we did. As Shinobu said this, her crow and Izuku's came down to rest on hers and Aizawa's shoulders. Urgent message from headquarters. Urgent message. Did that crow just talk? Kaminari shouted in fear at what he just heard for Karasu to finish what he was saying. Izuku Midoriya and Shinobu Kocho must return to UA. There will be a mandatory Hashira meeting with all members of UA's staff and the first-year hero course. I repeat, Izuku Midoriya and Shinobu Kocho must return to UA for a mandatory Hashira meeting involving the staff and first-year hero course students. Shinobu looked down at Izuku while understanding this was most likely not going to be a good situation since they are dealing with Izuku's matter at the moment. Something tells me this will be brought up. 2 days later, Ochako POV. After the attack on the training camp, everyone came back to UA with some unease. For the most part, nobody was seriously hurt with me out of most of the class getting the worst of the injuries. I was told after having a checkup by Ms. Shinobu that I was at my own body's physical point of exhaustion and if I progressed even a second more, things would have ended for the worst even if I stopped right after. In short, I exhausted my body to the point it was almost past its natural limits and was about to suffer extreme rebounds. Meanwhile, Izuku was still unconscious from the attack in his room. I didn't understand what was happening in him, but was told he's perfectly fine on a physical point. As this went on, Momo, Miss Shinobu and I explained what exactly we are and what were the demons we had attack us. Most believed this was a prank or something, but Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Mike and Ms. Midnight vouched for this as something pro-heroes as a whole avoid saying much about because it's better the populace don't understand the reality of what really happens. As the next day reached noon, the door to the 1A dorms slammed open for Mitsuri to come in. Izuku, where is he? Is he okay? Holy crap. That's one hell of a bombshell, babe. Everyone looked at Mineta for a second before a man with a shroud over his face and 2 different eye colors came in. Who called Mitsuri a bombshell, babe? We all pointed at Mineta for him to run over and kick him into a wall. Don't ever call her that again. Hiss. A snake came from the guy's neck and hissed at Mineta for all of us to jump a foot. Iguro. Don't be mean to Izuku's classmates. They're not bad people. I was a little confused as one by one people started to come in. Some I knew from what Izuku told us, but others were very unique for the best choice of words. Who the heck are you people? Kaminari asked for it to hit me, seeing in total 8 with Ms. Shinobu standing beside them along with Mr. Shinazugawa and Mitsuri. Momo. I know. We both bowed our heads to them with everyone looking at us. Why the F is round face and ponytail bowing to a bunch of weirdo extras? These 9 are the Hashira, the most powerful demon slayers in the core. To be one of them means you're the best of the best and respected by the leader. A very proud way of saying it, Miss Uraraka. Izuku has taught you well to understand who to respect. A man with strange hair that looked like it was the color of fire smiled at us before the sound of a door opening upstairs brought out attention to the stairwell. Walking down, Izuku presented himself looking extremely groggy. It's good to see you are back among the living, my friend. I hope your battle was not as painful as we had heard. Thanks for the compliment, Kaijuro. But I'd rather the fight not end the way it did. There was a silence before Mr. Shinazugawa came up towards Izuku. You broke the code you stood by. You obviously know what this will imply. He started pulling his blade out for all of us to panic and start going for him. However, several people wearing the Order's uniform and having some kind of covering to keep only their eyes shown prevented them from doing anything. What the hell are you doing, man? Midoriya bro just woke up and survived an attack by some weird demon things. What right do you have to do this? Ida shouted with everyone giving their own shouts of their opinions. Shut up, all of you. Has it ever crossed any of your minds how Midoriya here can survive from having a hole in his chest and why Uraraka's blood saved him? I'm doing this because Midoriya is a half-demon that had an agreement with the Order. So long as he does not harm a single human, he can live. However, he's drank blood and has a taste for it now. If we don't stop him here and now, he'll become just as dangerous as Muzan Kibutsuji. But he's walking around and acting normal right now. I don't get how he's being dangerous. Can't we wait for the master to give us his verdict? Mitsuri tried to reason with Mr. Shinazugawa with a giant man speaking up. Izuku Midoriya. It brings me great sorrow that we must lay an ally of ours to rest. But we must be cautious even with you. We do not know the true limitations you hold, and the consumption of human blood may lead to our Order's inevitable downfall. Hold it. I'm not a fan of Midoriya as a whole, but he might not be as dangerous as we're letting this be. The man known as Iguro pointed this out with the Kaijuro person agreeing. I agree. From the report we have been given, Midoriya did not willingly accept the blood, but it was administered to him in hopes it could save his life. I respect him and I respect the verdict of our master, so we should have him give the deciding factor to this. So unflashman, why don't we just see if he'll burn in the sun before we even try anything? A bulky guy with weird face makeup and what looked like nail polish on pointed this out to walk over and grab Izuku. He threw him out a window into the sun, for the sudden change from lighting forced him to cover his eyes. When he stood up again, Izuku looked unfazed for the man to walk back in the group. That's proof enough for me he's not dangerous to handle taking the master's verdict first. Did he honestly just gamble Izuku burning up in the sun for his reasoning? Shinazugawa. I understand you wish to handle this matter quickly, but we will have to wait for the master to show up. It's only right he has the final say, since this is a situation that requires us to understand how he wants us to pursue this. Miss Shinobu gets through to Mr. Shinazugawa a little better for Izuku to come in through the door again and go towards the kitchen. Since everyone is here, how about I make some tea and offer it to you as a form of a greeting? That would be lovely, my friend. The master will not be here for another hour as he is discussing a matter with the principal of this school and the hero board together. Can I get some matcha with my tea? Perhaps a bit of tea will lighten the situation a little. Whatever. That would be nice. My appreciation, my comrade. What are we doing here again? I guess I can accept a cup if you're willing to offer. Give Kaburamuro some water too? I hope it's a tea that's as flashy as I am. Fair enough. One by one, the Hashira sat down and relaxed a bit with all of us completely confused. Okay, these guys come in, threaten to end Midoriya, throw him out a window, and he's taking this as something that didn't happen and serving them tea with them, happily accepting it. Are these people really the best of the best? Shiro asked with Toru going over and smacking Mr. Shinazugawa in the head. This failed as he caught her hand and glared at her. You want to die? She screamed and ran back behind the bulky blind monk guy for protection. What the hell did I just see? At Nisa's office, third-person POV. As the Hashira began gathering, Nisa decided to have a meeting with the hero board and Ubuyashiki. It seems the times are far from when they were long ago. It's beginning to spread quickly of Demon's existence. We've done all we can to stifle the flow of information about your battles in the Demon Slayer Corps, but things aren't like they were a long time ago. We can't keep doing this. The hero board explained this with Nizu sipping from his tea, understanding the situation is becoming more and more dire. Even after this incident, we can't avoid the recordings some students had made and sent to their families. They've already uploaded them to social media. It's next to impossible to control the flow of it due to it being an international object. We can for now prevent the flow in Japan, but that doesn't mean other countries won't be able to see it. Eventually, it will get out. I'm aware of that, and I think I have a solution that will honor all of our concerns. Ubuyashiki had gotten up and began moving while sliding his hand over Nizu's desk before reaching the window. His face was concerned as if he was contemplating something that could go wrong in so many ways, but has absolutely no other choice. The time has come to reveal to the world the truth. The over 1,000-year battle that has taken place. Is that wise to do? The information is not out yet, so we still aren't in that much of a pinch where you must tell the world this. Perhaps, Nizu. But it's beginning to get to the point where keeping it will do nothing but harm all of us. If we do not give a statement about the incidents that have been recorded and give the public an explanation that they will accept, we will lose their favor and eventually become targets for slander. People will revolt against the demon slayers believing that we are the enemies when in reality, we are doing all we can just to uphold the safety of everyone. Very well. We'll have a meeting explaining this in the following days. The sooner, the better. The member of the hero board left with Nizu looking at his companion. This, no matter how I look at it, will cause backlash and fear to spread among the people. Perhaps. But we will say we already have solutions handled with members of the Demon Slayer Corps presented as a way to help. This won't make people resolve their fear. There will be those that will judge if we should have faith in you and your faction due to your war going on for over 1,000 years with no clear victor. Then we will have to wait and see. Very well. Allow me to assist in walking you out. Nizu reached for Ubuyashiki's hand for the man to smile as he let the small rodent lead him out. You are still a kind being after all these years. It comes with the area I must be part of. Showing a firm hand and a gentle touch is what being a teacher is about. Izuku POV. After everyone seemed to calm down a little, the door began to open to Nizu leading the master inside. Hello Class A. It's nice to see you all once again. All the Hashira, myself included, bowed to the master and waited patiently for him to be led to a seat to a wall. Master. Forgive me for forcing you to come all this way. I hope the trip was at the very least a pleasant one. You do not have anything to fear, Izuku. It was quite a peaceful trip. The faculty of UA were most considerate of having me be comfortable. The faculty of UA started to come in with Class B to have the meeting begin. Now, on to topics that we all have on our minds. Izuku. Might you please regale us with the incident with Eraserhead filling in any blank gaps we may or may not have? Why, sir? I began to explain what we had discovered with the 12 Kizuki members in the forest owned by the Pussycats. As to my normal routines on school grounds, I surveyed the area with Ochako and Momo staying behind to train and avoid danger. This was the demon's plans as we explained with the students being the target. I also explained the battle with the two members of the lower ranks and what I discovered about them. I see, so your own family have been turned into demons. I am sincerely sorry that you must discover that only after you were ready to end them. I'm sorry, sir. I wasn't mentally prepared for that. If I'd had known before this then. I punched the floor in anger for there to be a crack on the wood to surprise everyone. It's my fault they're demons. If only I wasn't greedy and allowed myself to be denied the luxury of going into town, then dash. This wasn't your fault they had become demons. There was no way you could have known any of this could have happened. The master tried to relieve my tensions by speaking in kind words. If anything, you are at most innocent in this. Your intentions were pure, but sometimes even the purest intentions can have negative outcomes. That being so, I feel absolute sympathy for your pain right now and wish you could not have had to come into this side of the world. I shook in grief knowing my reasoning to become a demon slayer was now alive and the one thing I wanted them to never be. Now that that's finished, what should we do about Izuku, sir? Iguro points this out for us to be back on track. Indeed. You have ingested human blood and become closer to that of a real demon. However, you still show remorse and guilt over what you shouldn't. So let me ask you, Izuku Midoriya, do you have any desires to waver in your goal? I held my head up and looked the master in the face with a determined look. How can I waver right now when my own family is murdering humans? I feel horrible knowing they are demons now, but it's because of that pain that I have to do this even more. I'll be the one to end both my brother and sister and free them from the nightmare they're in. Even if this will send them to hell? The masteress. This for me to hold my head in guilt. If they are destined for hell for all those they've ended, then I have no choice. Out of love for the humans they once were, I'll end them and hope for their life to possibly start anew and be offered peace knowing they can no longer hurt anyone anymore. The master smiled at this comment. Very good. I believe you have not lost your humanity yet. Please continue your work as best you can, my child. I blushed at this and smiled to myself. Shinobu, what have Izuku's reports shown from your investigation on his body? From the samples I took when he was asleep, it seems his demon half is more aggressive than it was before. Though he is still in control of this, I am increasing the dose of his shot to relieve the aggression. Fair enough. Please keep me informed if anything worse happens. Understood. Now, on to the next part of this. As of now, our actions can no longer be hidden. I heard this to begin going pale. Within the next day or two, we shall hold a press conference explaining what the war we have is to the general public. Adding to this, we will work hand in hand with the Hero Board more frontally as a way to say we are fully committed to the general safety of the public. Yes, sir. We continued on with our meeting and understanding that there will be more tasks to do. Along with this, we've come to a mutual agreement with Nizu that UA will be a base for operations for the Hashira and the Masters to send people to become demon slayers. Once this was done, we were dismissed with Nizu leading the master out. When he left, I turned to Ochako and Momo. Both of you, outside. Now, they nodded with us going towards where we normally trained. However, I turned towards another clearing for them to follow. For the most part, there isn't much more I can teach you. As of right now, your training has reached its final test. So we're going to go to final selection? Ochako asked for me to shake my head. No, not yet. Before you do that, you must do something. I presented them to two large boulders bigger than us. For your final challenge, you must cut these rocks in two with your swords. I will leave the rest of your training in your own hands. I walked away with Bakugu outside the forest looking at me. What do you want? What's so FING special about the rocks? It's a way to get stronger. Their blades must be strong enough to slice through a demon's neck. Some are as hard as stone, so they must learn how to master total concentration and use it in battle against these monsters. If not, they'll become a demon's prey. I walked off with Bakugu still trying to talk with me. Hey, just what the hell are you? They said you're half demon. So what the F are you really? I stopped to think of an answer before saying it. I'm the bastard son of the man we in the Demon Slayer Corps want to end the most with me joining their goal. Enough said. I left the area and returned to the dormitory. When I went there, I noticed Ashido and Hagakure talking with Mitsuri and gaining a grin. This can't be good. Mido, you didn't tell us you had a fiancé. I knew I was in for hell before getting tackle-hugged by Mitsuri. Why are you so clingy right now? Because I love you and I want to get some attention from you. She smiled while saying this only for the shadow of Iguro to be behind us holding his sword ready to end me. Mitsuri. Stop him. Oh no. Izuku wants to take me upstairs to do naughty things with me. Mitsuri shrieked this while I was holding her in my arms while running around in a circle with Iguro trying to end me. Kaburamuro. Stop him. I looked at Iguro's snake friend for him to watch and pretend to fall asleep. You are the worst person to ask for help. 1 week later, Momo POV. The time since Izuku had given us our final test had continued to pass. For the most part, Ochako and I have had no luck breaking through either one of our stones to the point it seemed impossible. Just what are we doing wrong? Ochako started to get angry and somewhat rightfully so. We have had zero luck, and whenever we've asked Izuku for help, he always tells us to find it out on our own. I swear, I'm going to end him if he tells me to find this out for myself again. I was enraged as well, but more for the situations that followed the Demon Slayer Corps' decision on becoming known to the public. They explained how demons are real and how demon slayers are fighting with all their might. They even showed the Hashira as mantles for the front lines to this war. I feel like I should do more. But I don't know what. I've never felt this frustrated about not being able to surpass something. Seems you're having some trouble? Ochako and I turned to see a woman in a white cloak and a demon slayer outfit come to us. She seemed calm and relaxed to the point I didn't know if I was speaking to an actual person. Is there any way I can assist you? Oh wow. This lady is beautiful. I was at a loss for words before noticing a pained look behind her smile. I see. You are at the end of your training and Izuku has given you the objective to destroy a rock. Reminds me of my training I had given him. She placed her hand on the rocks before letting out a hurt sigh. I initially did this as a way to prevent him from being a part of the Demon Slayer Corps. I never wanted this life for him, nor did I want this for my sister Shinobu. Both were just victims of this horrid world brought into the Demon Slayer Corps due to chance. If anything, I'd rather Izuku have had a normal life like the two of you had up till you began training. At least with that, he'd be a normal boy. I was at a loss for words with Ochako finally asking the question that was on my mind. Who are you? Oh, forgive me. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Kane Kocho and I was Izuku's mentor when he was first training to become a demon slayer. His mentor? Then she must be a powerful demon slayer. I was about to ask her more, but she held her hand out. I cannot tell you much about myself. All I am doing here is trying to help you become what you wish to be. Then how do we become strong enough to break the rocks? I asked, wanting an answer and stopping all this cryptic discussion. It's simple. She smiled before giving her response. Train until it nearly ends you. She walked off towards the forest before disappearing into the shadows to confuse both of us. That was weird. Indeed. I glanced down at my weapon to understand the truth of what Ms. Kane told us. Let's go over our training one last time so we can understand what we are doing incorrectly. We began going back to the basics to understand what we were doing wrong. Drilled them in our heads until they became second nature. This was, however, brutal. There were days where Ochako and I felt as if we were facing an uphill and impossible battle. However, we shook this pain off, remembering how weak and defenseless we were during the training camp to know if we were to ever be that insignificant again, someone would die. I never wanted to feel that again, and neither did Ochako. As such, days became weeks. And weeks became months soon. By the time we got to 3 months, we were for the most part able to master total concentration to the point of handling it for about a minute. Adding to this, our skills with our breathing styles were complete enough to master almost every form. Today's the day. We'll be destroying these rocks. Ochako smiled as she tightened the binds on her ankles and wrists. Agreed. I gripped my weapon with determination as we both pulled our blades out. We both breathed in calmly with Ms. Kane beside us. It was a little cold today due to the rainfall and mist, but we were prepared to complete our training today. Love breathing, first form. Wind breathing, first form. We struck at the exact same time and let loose a strong slash. Dust whirlwind cutter slash first love. After we finished, we noticed the boulders slide slightly off and onto the ground with a clapping heard from Ms. Kane. Congratulations, you two. You've done a tremendous effort. We turned to hopefully see Ms. Kane, but saw nothing. Soon enough, Izuku walked towards us from the mist and saw what we did. To be entirely honest, I never really wanted to send you both to final selection. It's something I take no pride in thinking. As such, I chose to give you a next to impossible task. But thanks to your hard work, you've succeeded where I hoped you to fail. I remembered Ms. Kane's words that she did the exact same to push Izuku out of the job. Nicely done, both of you. I blushed a bit hearing this as Izuku placed a hands on our heads to pat us. Now I think a celebration is in order. I'll make a nice dinner for all of us and make sure you eat well. We headed off to the dorms with Izuku before turning back and noticing a man and a woman that looked like they could be Izuku's parents beside Kane. Wait, does that mean? I shook my head trying to avoid thinking this. Don't think about this. It's not important right now. Third-person POV. The day of final selection has finally come for Ochako and Momo. They walked towards their destination wearing haori that were pitch black with white butterfly outlines on the back, swords on their sides. They noticed a guard near the gate talking with some guy that had blonde hair and seemed to be a panicking mess. Buddy, you can go on. You're starting to make a line. I know I'm going to die here. I just know it. It's only a matter of time before a demon ends me. He slowly walked in with his worry confusing both ladies. Identifications, please. Identifications? Ochako asked, not knowing anything about having to produce some form of identification to get in. I need proof that you both are here by authorization. They started to worry before looking for something to indicate that they were supposed to be there before noticing a small compartment in both their haoris that were given to them. In it held a small paper with some form of a signature. They gave both to the guard for him to look at them. Students of the curse Hashira? You're free to enter. Let's just hope you survive long enough. The last bit was said after the guard shut the gate for the two to begin remembering what Izuku said about final selection. The night prior. So what exactly are they going to face in final selection? Kaminari asked with everyone sitting around the common area trying to understand what their classmates will have to face. Do they have to face demons? Is it some kind of psychological torture training? Fighting other demon slayers to the death? All they have to do is last 7 nights on MT Fujikasake? Izuku bluntly stated for everyone to stop assuming. That's it? Mineta asked, not seeing how this is a problem. There are a few things you need to know. First, the mountain is held under guard and only those with authorization by the Demon Slayer Corps can enter. Not even heroes can enter. Second, wisteria grows all season on the sides of the mountain. The only spots it doesn't are the top and the foot. This acts as a warding of demons inside and out. So what's the chances of them passing? Izuku calmly sat there before answering. I'd say about 5% they survive. Did you just say, survive? What are they going to do on this mountain? Killing demons. The wisteria acts as a prison for demons the Corps catch. The only food they get is when we send possible demon slayers in. That is why it's so dangerous. You're dealing with notably weaker demons, yes. However, they're more desperate to end you because of their hunger. Everyone was a little scared of this as they were just told an extremely dangerous bit of information. Then how the F did you survive? Bakugo asked for Izuku to say with a bit of confidence. I fought like hell. Oh yeah, I forgot one thing. Izuku got out of his seat and ran upstairs. Everyone waited for a moment before he came down with 2 matching haoris that were jet black with the outline of butterflies on the back in white. It's not much, but I figured you'd like something as proof you came from my training. You know, keeping your roots known. Both Momo and Ochako thanked Izuku for the gift and accepted them. Good. Now I have 2 requests if you care to listen. Requests? Both girls heard this to get confused. I know that you're dealing with something that will most likely get you ended, but I want to ask if you could follow these 2 objectives as much as possible. The first is to help anyone that you notice with a fox-style warding mask on. This is a student of Master Urokodaki, another demon slayer instructor. I had learned from another member of the Corps that he has only had 1 student in a very long time pass final selection due to a demon targeting his students specifically. If you can help them, please do so. If you can at least do that, I'm sure a departed friend of mine could rest happy. Why do you seem so invested in this? Ida asked for Izuku to hold his head down. Let's just say, I screwed up and couldn't help someone that was trained by Urokodaki. Enough said. Izuku raised his hand up with showing 2 fingers up. The second is an important one for your survival. If you see a demon with multiple hands, do not engage this demon. You do, and you'll almost certainly die. Is the demon that strong? Ochako questioned. Izuku nodded before continuing. This is the demon that has specifically went after Urokodaki's students. I know it's a lot to ask, But please try and see if you can follow those two. However, if you can't follow both, follow the second if your life depends on it. Understood? Back to present. Ochako and Momo got to the edge of the wisteria flowers to see a large gate. Outside it was multiple people. They counted the people there to reach about 25. Both looked at who was there to see who stood out more and made estimates on who'd probably survive. Among them, they noticed Kaneo standing strangely calm among the group. Should we go say hi to her? Ochako asked for Momo to shake her head no. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. We have more to deal with than just saying hello to our teacher's friend. As they spoke, a final examinee came up. This boy they noticed had a fox warding mask on as well as a strange scar on his head. Momo, you see the mask? I do. When we start, try and follow him. That's going to be our best bet to make sure he doesn't get attacked. Good evening. Everyone turned to two twins that couldn't be older than 8 looking almost exactly the same except with one having black hair and the other white staring at them and smiling. They began talking in unison to make it sound somewhat creepy. Tonight you will take the Demon Slayer's final selection exam. MT Fujikasake is a place where wisteria grows all year round. Beyond these gates is the threshold of the wisteria barrier. Holding several demons the Demon Slayer Corps had captured, and they are hungry. To pass, you must survive 7 nights away from the wisteria barrier. As they said this, the gates began to open with some weirdo in a boar mask charging in first. Once they did, some others began moving in not as quickly, but still with a quick pace. Momo and Ochako followed the fox mask boy in with hopes to help where they could. Once they entered, demons immediately began attacking them for the 3 to begin handling them the best they could. In response, Ochako and Momo were able to handle them relatively well on their own. Guess fighting a horde of normal demons at the training camp helped? Ochako laughed a bit before both sensed an immeasurable power compared to most other demons present. They quickly hid behind a tree to see what looked like a wad of hands going after another examinee with one in his hands. Ochako. That thing. It's the one Izuku told us to steer clear from. The 3 watched as the examinee in the demon's hands was lifted up over its head with its mouth opening to drop the person in and have a disgusting crunching sound be heard. That's a horrible way to go. He couldn't even fight back. As the girls said this, the hand demon glanced at the other examinee who began running away. However, the demon's hands stretched out to grab him and begin pulling him back in hopes to devour the poor guy as well. Damn it. We shouldn't let this happen. But that's the demon Izuku said specifically to avoid at all costs. Help me. Somebody. The examinee was being pulled up while screaming for help. Both Momo and Ochako were afraid to help knowing this one was definitely not like the others. As they contemplated trying to rush in, the boy they wanted to protect ran in with his sword drawn and sliced the hand holding the examinee. Are you okay? The boy asked with the hand demon looking specifically close to the boy. Hey. Well, looky what I found. Another one of my fox cubs. The hand demon began to laugh while holding up his hands. 10, 11, 12, 13. That makes you number 14. That's how many of Urokadaki's brats that I've ended. Wait, but how does he know who's Urokadaki's students? Momo asks this as the demon answers. That fox mask is a telltale sign. I swore to get back at Urokadaki for trapping me in this hellhole. Which reminds me, what year are we in? Are we still in the 1st generation of quirks? No, we're around the 10th. The hand demon heard this to seem interested. The 10th, damn it. Damn you Urokadaki. I will never forgive you for trapping me in this hell. I'll get even with you. I swear it. How can you survive this long? No demon can survive in here this long, the one examinee mentioned. The demon began to smirk while explaining. I've devoured several humans during these exams. However, 2 still stand out to me even to this day. One was a pink-haired boy. He was the most powerful of Urokadaki's brats. He lost control though when he found out of what I have done. The other was a little girl in a flowery kimono. She was quite agile, but lost control of herself when she learned the truth. I took great pride in ripping her limb from limb. The most hilarious part of it all was this pathetic punk crying over her death the next day. Ha! I nearly busted a gut hearing it from where I hid. I can still see his face now, wallowing in self-pity. I just wish I could see that kid again and make him understand the same misery. I think his name was Midoriya or something. The girl was crying for his name as she was being ripped to pieces. Hearing Izuku's name be mentioned, both girls realized just how terrible this demon was and why he wanted them to get away from him. That dirty, heartless. Ochako gripped her blade in rage while glaring at the demon. Momo wasn't that far off as well, with the earlier finally erupting and going out towards the demon in a fit of rage. With Izuku sat in the common space of the dorms playing shoki with Iguro. So what are the chances your students are going to follow what you said? About what? The helping Urokadaki's student or the avoiding of the hand demon? Iguro placed a piece down where he wanted before answering. Both. Thinking of how both are, Izuku gave an answer to his best estimate. I don't want them to fight this demon knowing what it's capable of. But knowing them, the chances are that they'll go after him but still honor my wishes of protecting Urokadaki's student. Izuku placed his piece in position, claiming victory for the snake Hashira to groan. With Momo and Ochako, the hand demon began attacking the boy with him beginning to slice off the multiple hands. As he did, the demon began gloating. You think you'll defeat me like that? You've got a better chance at dash. As he said this, Ochako came at him with a face of sheer rage as she sliced off a majority of the hand to bring the boy closer. Another one. Pathetic. As he said this, the demon noticed the Haori to smile. So you're close to that little crybaby I found. Adorable. This means maybe I can make him feel the same amount of misery he had when the girl died by ending you. The demon laughed at this, with Ochako having a vein bulge in her forehead. Don't you dare ever insult my master. Do creatures like you even understand the amount of pain you cause? Ochako stormed at the demon in an attempt to get close towards him. If demons like you and Muzan didn't exist, Izuku wouldn't be suffering as much as he is. People like you that trample on the dead's memory make me sick. Well, is that right? I guess you'll just have to be the first to go. The hand demon continued to attack Ochako, with her continually dodging and slicing to be stuck where she was now. Face it, kid. You're just not cut out to end me. Eventually, you're going to weaken, and the second you do, those little arms of yours will be ripped off you. Damn it. I guess I have no choice but to interfere if Ochako's doing this. Momo charged in with her weapon in hand. She jumped up in the air while cracking her whip sword back. Love breathing, first form, first love. She sliced off a majority of the arm for the hand demon to notice her as well. Another one. Looks like more flies are buzzing around me. I'll just have to squash them. As he tried to attack Momo, the boy came from the front to charge at the demon. He stopped, however, when he took an inhale of his nose. From below, he jumped up to reveal multiple hands coming up from the ground. He dodged it? Fine. He'll be unable to avoid an attack while in midair. The hand demon merged his hands together to attack the boy, with Ochako coming over with a spiraling strike. What? Fifth form, cold mountain wind. Fox Guy. Momo shouted while jumping up and holding her forearms in a defensive manner. Go! Right? The boy used Momo's forearms as a platform to adjust himself and go right for the hand demon's neck. There's the opening thread. Total concentration. Whatever. It doesn't matter. My neck is too thick for you to cut. And the second you fail, I'll snap your neck like I did to the other one. As the boy moved to the demon's neck, the boy pulled his blade across his body and began striking him with a quick slash that seemed to resemble water. Water breathing, first form. In one swift movement, the boy was able to slice through the hand demon's neck with relative ease while shouting the technique he used. Water surface slash. The demon's head was shown to be severed, with both Momo and Ochako looking at the scene with satisfaction. Subito. Mikomo. I hope you both can rest easy now. Third-person POV. As Ochako and Momo were in the middle of final selection, Izuku tried to find a way to control his unsettled nerves. His own memories of final selection came to him, with it not helping his concerns. Come on, kid. It's your turn. Tengen laid on his side as him and Izuku decided to play shoki after Iguro's utter defeat as a way to quell them. You've been thinking for almost an hour. Do something already. Izuku went for a piece to grab it before stopping as he felt as if something notable happened. What? Cat got your tongue? Izuku looked up as if he reached a sudden realization. I don't know what happened, but I feel as if a great burden has finally been lifted from my soul. Izuku placed his piece down for Tengen to raise his eyebrow. Weirdo. At least you do your job to avoid that unflashy thing about you. He moved his piece with Izuku making a move immediately after. At least I'm not some kind of weakling. Damn it. With Momo and Ochako. The three stood up and watched the large hand demons start turning to ash. As they did, Tanjiro began to smell a sad aroma to him. He glanced at the demon with empathy as it began remembering its past. That's right. I had a brother when I was a human. He came to the realization and how the demon's older brother would regularly comment on how much of a crybaby he was and how he needed to always be protected by him. Though the brother said this, he never denied his younger sibling's fear and kept with him as a way to avoid troubles. Tanjiro walked to the hand demon's hand which was held out. What a sad smell. He held the hand with it slowly curling. The demon crying as his memories came back at him. Tearing up from the act. Hick, thank you. The demon turned entirely to ash with the young boy looking up at the sky with grief. Please God. If this man ever gets reborn, please don't let him turn into a demon again. Ochako felt a bit of empathy for the demon. Even though he was a monster, it seemed as if his evil was expunged and he was able to reflect on his life to actually feel bad for what he did. Hey Momo. Do you think demons can see their past lives if they die? Possibly. I think Midoriya said some demons he's faced, he was able to see them ascend to heaven after being decapitated. So for one to see their soul as is, it might be probable. As the demon was no longer present, Tanjiro glanced over at Momo and Ochako with a smile. Thank you very much for what you've done. If it was not for the both of you, I may have died. It's not a problem. We just wanted to help. It also wasn't fun hearing that demon bash our teacher. He did a lot for us and neither of us wanted to stand for the insults. Tanjiro smiled at Ochako before praising Izuku. Your master sounds like a very nice man. Realizing they haven't formally introduced one another yet, Tanjiro cleared his throat. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Tanjiro Kamadu. I was taught by Master Urokadaki in swordsmanship. Nice to meet you. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. And mine's Ochako Uraraka. We both were trained by the Hashira Izuku Midoriya. Hashira? What's that? Tanjiro tilted his head in confusion as Momo explained what the Hashira were. Once she did, the boy began to smile. So you both were trained by an amazing man. I'm so happy to have met you then. I hope we can become good friends. He smiled with it making both girls happy. They started walking down the path wary of whatever would move. As they went on, Momo glanced at Tanjiro with some confusion. Pardon my asking, but what made you become a demon slayer, Kamadu? You don't seem to be the type to have a grudge, nor do I think it suits you overall. Tanjiro held his head down a bit before answering. Well, you see, I'm actually from the mountains. I was born and raised as a charcoal merchant like my entire family before. We weren't the best off, but we made ends meet even after my father passed away some years back. One day, I went into town to sell the charcoal we had and was asked to stay the night at a family friend's. When I woke up the next morning, my entire family was murdered. A demon came and ended my mother, my two brothers and one of my sisters. Though in a very bad state, my oldest little sister Nezuko was alive, but barely. I needed a doctor to only find out thanks to another demon slayer that she was transformed into a demon. That must have been hard for you. Especially since demons have to die whenever a demon slayer finds them. Momo held her head down with Tanjiro pointing out what happened. Fortunately, she hasn't ended anyone yet and was able to control herself. With the assistance of Mr. Tomioka, we were able to reach his master and find out there might still be a chance to save Nezuko. So now, I'm trying to become a demon slayer in hopes to find a way to return her to human. This caught Ochako's ear to walk closer to the other side of Tanjiro. Do you think that's even possible? I mean, logically speaking. That sounds kinda ridiculous. Tanjiro held his head down a bit. I wouldn't be lying if I said I didn't have my own doubts. But I believe. No, I know there is a chance to turn Nezuko back. I just have to find it, and when I do, we can return to our home in the mountains and restore what we lost. I have faith in it. Both were shocked at this. Tanjiro didn't know if this was even physically possible to do, but was willing to give everything even for the slim chance that it could be true. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring you into my troubles. No. It's not your fault. We wanted to know. Momo trailed off before remembering a talk she overheard between Shinobu and Izuku. Few days ago, Momo was walking down the halls of UA trying to figure out what she was doing wrong to complete her final test. As she did, she overheard Shinobu's voice. Are you certain you want to go down this path still? She went towards it to see Izuku and her talking in the infirmary. Do I have much of a choice now? True. Muzan Kibutsuji has attempted to end you now on multiple occasions, with this one being the most ruthless. However, that doesn't mean you have to be a demon slayer. You know as well as I do there's no going back for me. Izuku looked through some papers with Shinobu pointing out the obvious. Izuku, I'm saying this not as your medical physician, but as someone that does worry for you. I know you're not ignorant to this, but demons all derive from the addition of Muzan Kibutsuji's blood. As such, that means all demons are linked to him. Though half your cell structure is human, the other half... She trailed off trying to avoid openly saying what she wanted to. Just say it. If Muzan dies, there's a high chance that's going to end me too. Momo stopped and almost shouted at this if she did not cover her mouth. Since half my body's natural structure was made by that man's existence, that means I can die from his lack of. But I'm okay with that. If my life sacrificed can save hundreds, thousands, or maybe even millions, then why should I care if I die? I'm doing the right thing, and even if you don't want me to, there's nothing you can do or say that can stop this. Shinobu looked sad hearing this before letting out a sigh. I know that. I know I can't stop you, but understand there are people that feel guilt if you have to die if that means we can end Muzan Kibutsuji. Momo didn't know what to say. Izuku was facing a lose-lose situation. If he were to fail, he'd probably die to a demon. But if he were to succeed, his life as is would probably be sacrificed for the goal. It hurt her knowing how far some people are willing to go, but still wanted to help how she could. She went to Ochako that day and talked to her about what she heard for both, making it a goal to find out just if there's a way to defeat Muzan while also letting Izuku live a long and healthy life. Back to present. Understanding if Tanjiro could succeed, both Momo and Ochako could accomplish what they wanted to do. Kamadu. Momo spoke up for the young demon slayer in training to look at her. If there is anything that we can do to help you, please ask us. This is not your burden to have. I don't want you to feel obligated to dash. That's not why we want to help. Momo cut him off with Ochako explaining. We know someone who's actually half demon. From what he said, he grew up in a small home like yours. But his parents and siblings were murdered by people that feared him. His family died protecting him, and now our friend wants to end Muzan Kibutsuji as a way to make up for the troubles caused because of his blood ties. That's so awful. I'm sorry your friend had to go through that. Tanjiro felt horrible for his new friend's companion and understood why they want to help. So if I find a way to turn my sister back into a human, you might be able to turn your friend full human and rid him of his burden? Both nodded for Tanjiro to agree and thank them for their help. As such, the three decided to head towards where the sun will rise and make a stand there so that they can get a moment of rest the second morning comes. Once that had happened, the three decided to sleep during the day and work together during the night. They handled whatever demon they came across while also asking if there is a chance one of them knew of a way to turn a demon back into a human. Hardly any answered, and the ones that did were absolutely no help at all. In the end, they came up with nothing, but survived for the 7 days on the mountain as they were told. 7 days later, standing back at the entrance, Ochako, Momo and Tanjiro looked around to only see a small handful of people that survived. Counting them, the total numbers of those passed was only a mere 7 people. Wait, but we started with almost 30 people? So only about a quarter of us even survived? Ochako was in fear as her and Tanjiro pointed out the reality. Congratulations all of you. You have passed final selection. Everyone turned to the 2 children in front. As of now, you all are official members recognized by the Demon Slayer Corps. So what now then? A guy with a mohawk asked with him looking rather impatient. As he said this, the white-haired child clapped their hands for a handful of crows to come out of nowhere and circle around them. They eventually all landed on the shoulders or arms of everyone for the answer to be said shortly after. You all shall now be appointed your own Kasugai Crow. These crows will be important for handing out your missions as well as assisting in giving information of your findings and accomplishments to where it is needed. Wait, did you say crow? A blonde-haired guy asked while looking at his hand to see a sparrow on it. But this is a sparrow. In addition, you all shall be given a Demon Slayer uniform shortly after this once you are fitted properly for it. I don't care about this crap. The Mohawk man shouted in anger as he slashed at his crow with his hands to get away. In the Demon Slayer Corps, there are multiple ranks that one would be in. Mizunoto, Mizuno, Kanoto, Kano, Tsukinoto, Tsukino, Hinoto, Hino, Kinoto, Kino. Since you all are beginning in the Demon Slayer Corps, your rank will be Mizunoto. I could care less about this crap. I want the color-changing katana. The sword to end demons. The Mohawk guy walked up and gripped one of the children by their hair and held it up to him. It showed little change in emotion with Tanjiro walking over in anger. Leave her alone. He grabbed the man's wrist hard in hopes to get him to stop. Let go now or I'll break your arm. This isn't how you treat people. The man didn't budge for Tanjiro to increase the pressure in his hand to break the man's wrist and force him to let go. He pulled back with the child not even thinking much of this. Are you both done with your interaction? The lack of care shocked Momo and Ochako as moments ago. This kid was held in a fashion that would have hurt them and is now acting as if it was a childish banter when both children were younger than all of them. Now the time has come. The children pulled a tarp off a set of different oars for them to see different styles. What about the katanas? The Mohawk man asked again to be told to be patient. Please be patient. Please choose the oar that you will use in battle. But please be cautious. You will be choosing the oar that you will entrust your life with. The group looked at the oars with confusion. Once the oar is selected, it will be the starting point for your swords and given to a specific swordsmith to forge. I've never even seen or before to even know what I'm looking at and they want us to choose which to use in battle? Momo and Ochako looked at both with some confusion. What do you think? Momo glanced at her friend with her smiling a bit at her own lack of understanding. I have no idea what I'm choosing. She laughed slightly before the wind entered into her ear and heard a strange chime. What? She looked in the direction of the chime to notice it was coming from a specific oar. Is it possible that this oar wants me to choose it to use? She glanced at Tanjiro who was holding his eyes shut and sniffing the air before reaching for one himself. I get it now. The oar should come to us naturally for what we want. If it's compatible with us, then it'll be something we'll pick on instinct. As she thought this, Momo noticed in one of the oars a unique shimmer that caught her eye. She's seen a similar shimmer in the blade she was given to use in final selection and again in Mitsuri's sword. She reached for it and grabbed the oar with everyone else deciding on their own in their own way. Later that afternoon, Momo and Ochako walked through Yue's gates. Holding themselves up from the excess weight of their uniform along with the already notable fatigue, both came to the doors of Class 1A. As they opened it, both collapsed on the ground for everyone to circle them. Ochako! Yamamo! What happened? Ashido shouted as Kirishima spoke next. You look like you just came from a war. Is this what final selection is like? This is kinda messed up. They're some of the strongest in the class thanks to Midoriya's training and they're like this. Jairu shivered with Izuku walking directly towards the two. He moved some people out of the way before looking down at the two. Momo and Ochako raised their heads to see their master's face. It wasn't one of a stoic or irritated look that they were used to, however. This was one of relief. Of peace knowing they passed. So you were able to come back alive. Thank you. Thank you for not letting me know I sent you both to an early grave just yet. Tears started to fall down his face as he showed the genuine happiness he felt being able to greet them once again in this life. As he did this, Izuku placed a hand on both their heads in a caring manner as a way to show his gratitude. Nicely done. Both of you. 2 weeks finally passed since me and Momo came back from final selection. From what we were told, the swordsmiths that were going to forge our swords should be bringing us them around now. As we speak, I can hardly contain my excitement as I'm sitting around the common space barely holding in my joy. Relax. It's a sword. It's not like you're being given something so insane like a marriage or the birth of a newborn. Izuku sat where he did looking over some information. I don't know what he's doing, but he's been constantly looking at old books that look like they're hundreds of years old. How they're even readable at this point is beyond me, since some looked like their dust had dust on them. I know, but it's still so exciting. I can become an official member of the Demon Slayer Corps when I get the Nichiren sword. I know that, but adding to the sword, your responsibilities will grow as well. No longer will you be able to do what I've told you. You'll have to think on your own and decide the best course of action. It's great you want to join, but there is a set amount of responsibilities that you will have to deal with in accordance to this. Look at what happened at the training camp as an example. If you all didn't try and take charge as you did or faltered in the slightest, everyone could have died. This is the type of responsibility you'll always have. Says the guy that did the same and bawled his eyes out when he saw his siblings as demons. Bakugo gave a snippy remark with it irritating me and Momo. And that's another reason why what we do is dangerous. More dangerous than what heroes do if you want to be technical. I almost lost my life because I couldn't make clear judgment calls. The same can happen to Ochako if she chooses to do the same thing or gets too overwhelmed with her emotions. So you're suggesting for most members of your corps to be emotionless ending machines? Todoroki asked, with it kinda making me question since the other Hashira weren't friendly per se. Emotions are worthwhile to have. It's what separates us from mindless bloodthirsty monsters we end. However, there is a time and a place to put emotions into things, and on the battlefield when you're handling life and death matters, that's not the case a majority of the time. Very rarely should you let emotions guide you in a battle. They will lead you astray. As such, the first to get emotional in disputes is normally the one who loses. He didn't take a glance out of his book as he spoke this. I got what he wanted understood. When you get sentimental or put things that shouldn't be in something there, things get muddied up. However, ridding them isn't the answer either. I guess a happy medium is needed. As I thought this, Izuku placed his book down and got on his feet. Momo, Ochako. Momo pulled from her tea for both of us to look at Izuku. They're here. As he said this, the door opened to show two men in baggy clothing, with one having their hair in a ponytail and the other having his head buzzed short to look like he was a monk. You both are here for Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, correct? Oh my. It's quite a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Midoriya. When the village chief had heard you lost your swords, he was lost in fear as he thought he was responsible for your death. The ponytail guy spoke with some unease in his voice. Yeah, I'm gonna need to bow my head in apology to Chief Tekikawahara once I get the chance to. Once you head back, can you tell him that I will be by as soon as I can as a way to formally apologize for breaking a sword he dedicated himself to make? But of course, I'm certain the village chief will be more than happy to see you again. Thank you, Sakihuyo. Now, allow us to get back on topic once more. The man known as Sakihuyo came over and placed the box on his back down and opened it. For reference, my name is Kamura Sakihuyo. I was responsible for forging Lady Uraraka's blade. I walked over and sat on my knees in front of the man as he explained what he had done. Your blade was forged by a unique or found in a rather windy area of a mountain. The valley near the mountain is allowed to have calm and simple breezes from the mountain, obtaining the more ferocious. Truly an or sought out for wind-breathing specialists such as yourself. As he showed me the blade, the grip was a pure black with the hand guard separating the sword and handle being a unique style that almost made me think it was a pink tornado. As you are marveling the craft, allow me to introduce myself. I am Hanafuda Monokiko. Such a cute name. I almost gushed over the name as Mr. Monokiko showed Momo's blade to her. Yours, Ms. Yaoyorozu, was a rather tricky blade. Some Hashira request a very powerful weapon after completing certain aspects of their jobs and attaining high ranks. However, you are more special in a sense. Just like Lady Kanroji, we required the village chief to watch over us very carefully as we created your weapon. This is so we can avoid the threat of it shattering or being made inappropriately during the steps. As such, I think you'll truly enjoy the way your blades will turn out. Momo's grips were a bright red with what looked like a 3-leaf clover or some kind of flower petals that were hot pink as the handguard. I want you all to circle around if you'd like to see something unique about Nichiren swords. You see, our swords are special in a sense. They don't just help us behead demons. They also are in a sense an extension of ourselves. Another name they are commonly referred to as is the color-changing katana. You'll understand why in a second. Izuku points this out for everyone to start circling us. Once they did, I pulled my sword out first to show the end on the handle guard up to the tip beginning to turn green with what looked like wind gusts pigments going into the blade. Meanwhile, Momo's sword turned a bright pink with what looked like flower petals showing on them. Oh, how does it do that? Kaminari was in shock as Monokiko explained. Nichiren swords will naturally change color depending on the user. They are made with the use of scarlet crimson iron sand and crimson or combined together and formed in a process in which is passed down from swordsmith to swordsmith. Since each has their own unique style of forging swords, no family's methods are alike. But you still make the same thing? Shiro commented with some confusion and it making me question it as well. Technically yes. But the method of getting there is not. Think of it as you all in the hero world. Does every hero follow the same exact path to become a hero? Not really, because you all go to different schools and learn in different methods by different teachers. Your final verdict will be the same, but the steps done are not. This made some sense before he explained the color changing. Due to the unique or it has the ability to change color by a swordsman's skill and breathing style. In Mr. Midoriya's case, his are a dark purple, while Ms. Uraraka's is green and Ms. Yayarose's is pink. Those that are even more skilled or attuned to their breathing style will have unique imprints of their technique on it, such as if there is a lightning bolt or what looks like actual fire on a blade. Of course, not everyone that passes final selection can do this, and those that can't unfortunately cannot join the battle as demon slayers. Alright, I think that's a fair bit of information. You both ready to go? Izuku asked for it to confuse me. Wait, what are you talking about? To make a long story short. Starting now, you two are on your own. As I said before, you're responsible for making your own judgment calls. If you can't cut it, then you're dead. That's the end of it. Can't you say something a little kinder though? I mean, that sounds like you're sending Yamamo and Uraraka to die. Mineta asks this for Izuku to stare blankly at him. In a sense, I am sending them out to die. The amount of demon slayers that survive final selection is extremely low, and the number that lasts up to 2 years is even lower. Chances are, this may be the final time all of us see them. This is the type of world they joined, and this is the type of world I live in. If you don't like it, then good luck trying to defend yourselves from demons. I'm sure you're all aware how difficult that was before. Nobody talked with the 2 Kasugai crows that are mine and Momo's coming in. Momo's began speaking first to talk to Momo. Momo, it is urgent for you to begin your first mission, I say. Due south of here, there is a city in danger of a demon, I say. Every night, delinquents are being devoured. You must defeat the villain, I say. A demon is in the mountains in the north. It is causing disasters to people and ending those below. You must hurry. Both crows shouted in some form of a serious tone, with them somewhat forcing us out the door. Both me and Momo put on our demon slayer uniforms upstairs to come down and see Izuku smirk at us. As of right now, our accomplishments will be what define you as a demon slayer. I hope you all live for me to see you once again. He went towards both swordsmiths to put earplugs in along with putting a blindfold on. Once that was done, he was given a drink that he took, and in less than a minute he was passed out. What the heck? Everyone shouted for Sakihiro to explain. Do not be alarmed. For the act of secrecy, we require all those that try to enter the swordsmith village to place on blindfolds and earplugs. Since Mr. Midoriya is a skilled man of his senses, we also required him to drink from a potion that will keep him asleep all day. He is in no threat of danger at all. He grabbed Izuku after and looked at his companion, who gave a mutual nod. I wish you both the best of luck in battles. I do recommend, however, you be careful when facing powerful demons. Though they are sharp and properly made, that does not mean that our blades can handle anything thrown at them. Just please be so careful during more intense fights. We promise we'll avoid doing anything that will destroy the blades as best we can. We both bowed for the swordsmiths to begin heading out. Once they left, I smiled at Momo, who was making certain everything on her was right before taking a leading stance. This is it, Ochako. Starting now, we're demon slayers. Let's handle our jobs swiftly and as quickly as possible, right? We both ran out of UA with excitement and parted the second we got out of the gate. I followed my crow with it heading to the mountain that it was telling me of. This is both so exciting and scary at the same time. Starting now, we're part of something big and I was so excited that I felt like I was gonna throw up to stop myself. Got a little too stimulated there. Enough talk. We need to hurry. Okay, but can't give me that little bit of joy of being part of the core? I said the last part silently as I ventured into the new world I was part of. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, third-person POV. In a place where rooms and platforms shifted, the sight of 4 demons were seen. 2 of which were the duo that Izuku had faced in the training camp. The third was a woman playing a biwa and the final was none other than Muzan Kibutsuji. How did he survive? Kurabara shouted, visibly angry. We put a hole in his chest. Even if his healing factor is similar to our own, it had its limits. He has come to be more unique than even I dared to think. Though it pains me to say, I have miscalculated. Muzan was irritated at this to make Kuramura speak up. My lord, please allow us to go after him once more. If we do that, then he will most certainly dash. For now we will leave him. There is a special task I must ask you to do, however. Muzan turned to show his back to both demons. The time is coming where a purging of the lower ranks is becoming needed. As such, I'd like to have the both of you increase in power. And for your loyalty, I will reward you handsomely. Just say what you wish of us and we will do it, my lord. Kurabara spoke up for Muzan to smirk. There is a village in a specific area I will send you to. On the outskirts, I'd like you to find any and all information of a Kagura passed down. Burn it in the house. After, turn every human in that village into a demon. I'll authorize them to remain in a group there. Yes, my lord. Both bowed as the biwa player strummed 2 strings to teleport them away. As he stood where he was, Muzan felt notable anger at Izuku with his veins popping out. You insignificant little worm. You deem yourself worth something to defeat me? Preposterous. However, perhaps a little bit of entertainment can be made. He disappeared with the biwa player smiling at the axe. Izuku POV. I began feeling my body float as if I was in water. I couldn't put an explanation on it, but it felt as if the world around me was entirely calm. No wind. No warmth. Just an empty void. Once I opened my eyes, I found myself in what looked like a world with multiple old Japanese-style rooms moving around. Am I having like a fever dream or something? I kept walking through the area with it looking almost as if I'm in an endless void. I couldn't tell where I was to keep walking around. Hello? Is anyone here? I continued to move with it seeming as if the rooms around me were moving alongside. So this is some kind of moving cycle, I'm guessing? I hopped on a moving building and found myself going up towards a spot I believed was the central area. There, I saw what looked like multiple books, beakers, and some odd liquids inside the beakers. Is this some kind of mad scientist's lab or something? I tried to grab whatever was on the table to have no ability to. Okay, now I'm either 1 having a hallucinogenic dream from what I took to knock me out cold, or 2 having an out-of-body experience. I looked at what was out to find some kind of old notebook talking about a flower. Blue spider lily. A flower that only blooms a few days a year, unable to be attained during the night, believed to be capable of life-changing medical changes. I kept reading to find out what I can of what this was. This looks like some top-tier pharmaceutical medicine. Even Shinobu wouldn't be able to do this. Just who made this and just how long did they have? Who are you and what are you doing in my research? I heard a voice to turn slowly to see Muzan Kibutsuji. I growled at the man with him giving some form of a slash that destroyed the beakers beside me. He seemed confused by this. Strange. Seems you're more of a tangent being in this plane at the moment for the moment. You son of a beach. I tried charging for the man with going directly through him. He turned towards me for my anger to continue to rage. You have some balls trying to take me here. I never brought you here. As far as I am aware, you are of your own accord. He seemed irritated for me to get to a point. Shove it up your ass. What right did you have to force my mother to make me? What right did you have to harm people? What right did you have turning my siblings into monsters? I went for him again trying to. strangle his neck only to have this do next to nothing. If you're blaming me for turning that woman's children into demons, what right did you have to live and then be burned at the stake? I came when they were on the verge of death, offered to save them. Is that honestly evil? I turned to him in rage. But you turned them into monsters. And aren't you one in a sense? You hold my blood in you. So does that not mean you can be just as much of a monster as myself? You push yourself to become a demon slayer to end any demon, but hesitate when it comes to ending Kurabara and Kuramura. Aren't you also the very thing that you plan to end? I'll handle any problems that I may have if I one day become like you. As for my siblings, I've come to terms that I have to end them. You say that, but do you genuinely have the ability to? I hesitated a bit as he kept explaining to me. You may not be able to do that when the situation comes. Humans talk very big when they don't have to do something, but crack under the pressure when the situation happens. So if you were to do this, would you be able to stand by your words or crack under the pressure and be unable to see the demon in front of you and only see the humans they once were? The area began to grow white to make everything around me disappear. I woke up shortly after and found myself still on someone's back before they stopped. We are here. The blindfold was taken off of me as I was able to stand on my 2 feet to see the Swordsmith village. Even though I've seen it before, it's still a stunning place to come whenever I came. I was told you had come to the village in the past before. I turned to see a girl Kakushi who was bowing at me. Thank you very much for helping me here. If there was any trouble, I apologize. Oh, no trouble at all. It was my honor to assist with aiding a Hashira return to active duty. If there is any chance I can help more, I'd be more than willing to. I smiled knowing some Kakushi weren't proud this was all they could do and despised their job, but I could tell this one was at least somewhat proud of what she could do and would do more if there was a chance. If you wouldn't mind, would you help guide me to the chief's home? It's been a while. Oh, of course. Right this way. She seemed happy by this for us to head down the walkway. I knew where I was going, but I tried to at least make those that did want to do more but was still doing their best as is feel good. We came to the chief's main residence to be met by 2 members of the corps to greet us. I bowed and thanked the Kakushi before being ushered in by the guards. Once inside, I was led to the main building where the chief was sitting with 2 other members of the village. Chief Tekikawahara, it is nice to see you again. I hope you are doing well. I bowed at the man before sitting. Izuku, it's very nice to see you again. You seem to be as healthy looking as the day I had brought you your sword. This hit me in a sore spot before I slammed my head down on the tatami mat in shame. I'm so sorry I wasted your time and destroyed such an amazing set of dual swords you took your own time and effort to create. Please forgive me. He started to laugh at this before letting out content sigh. No need to bow your head to me, my boy. You've done nothing wrong. But you were so stern when I was a child about breaking your swords. Perhaps, but that was more as a way to make you understand that you must be responsible. I looked at him cross-eyed for a second before the chief explained. What I gave you was not a toy. It was a very dangerous tool. Children your age tend to fall into the mindset of aligning caution and trouble together when you first obtained your swords. As such, you tried to make certain to avoid damaging your swords beyond the point of repair. With that, you have only come to this village for minor repairs every year to 16 months. To be honest, most demon slayers don't even have this privilege. I stopped to think about this to remember how often Mitsuri and Shinobu would come here for maintenance with it being easily about a 2 to 3 month span. Then again, their weapons are unique. Since you've shown me you are truly apologetic of what you've done, you are forgiven. Please enjoy some of the snacks to the side there. He motioned to a thing of chocolates. I'm not one for sweets as much as you're already aware, but I will have a few just as a way to thank your hospitality, sir. I had 2 of the pieces to smile at the chief. Your village always makes nice and tasty snacks. Mitsuri always praises you for them. I know, right? Speaking of her, how is Mitsuri? Is everything okay with you and her? The chief knew of our relationship for me to blush and look away. You're fine. Have you gotten the chance to treat her properly? I panicked hearing this as the chief laughed. Come now, you and I both know that she is quite a beautiful woman. If it was up to me and I was a few decades younger, I'd find a way to make her entirely mine. Then again, you've already done that, haven't you? I gave a bit of a spit take to look at the chief in shock. Shinobu said this. She also said on how irritated it was listening to the two of you act like carnal animals during the night. Why am I not surprised she did that? Anyway, back onto the topic at hand. As I had said in the letter I had sent to you, I must have you work alongside me in forging a new sword for you. I'll be more than happy to help however you wish, sir. But on a side note, can I make a request? I went into my pocket to pull out the handle guards and small chains on the back of my former blades to present. Just like with the last sword, could you be so kind as to put these guards and end pieces on them as well? But of course, you wish to keep your roots on you. That is a noble thing if we are all being honest. Now on to how you will help. As you're already aware, the forging of swords in this village is more special than you know. Along with the common Nichiren blades we forge for the lower-ranked demon slayers, we also forge specific weapons meant to work for those of special breathing styles, such as Lady Kenroji, Lady Kocho, and Sir Iguro. Though these weapons are not normal, special care are meant for them to retain the natural flow of these demon slayers' fighting styles. Okay, but I shouldn't need a special sword type. That is where you are incorrect. You see, all breathing styles are unique in their own way, but still follow fundamental aspects of the human body. In short, the breathing style you are to learn is centered around your body as a whole. However, yours is a little more unnatural compared to other styles. Unlike where it is specifically centered around your body, your blood demon art is what adds to the basics and makes it an abnormality. Whether you realize it or not, your blade actually had needed to be reforged for a long time and was damaged beyond repair whenever you've come here. Wait, but you just said I never had to get it reforged? We technically had not reforged it per se. We had refined the edge and stabilized it so you would not understand the difference. However, doing this multiple times would result in the safety structure of the sword diminishing more and more. So my way of fighting is too damaging to normal blades? How would we even change that if even though there are Nichiren blades forged different, they still follow the basic rule of thumb? It's because we will use a catalyst for your weapons, where the corrosion your style gives won't be as significant. In short, I'll require you to offer your blood on a daily basis until we are complete. With your healing factors, I do not believe that will be a problem. Though I would enjoy to have your consent before going through. I thought about it before nodding my head. As long as it makes the fight for me easier on your end, take what you need. Thank you for being so forthcoming. If there is anything you need, just let us know and we will be happy. We'll begin tomorrow morning. I'll have someone fetch you before. Meanwhile, why don't you enjoy the hot springs and unwind from your first day? Keep in mind the method we will use will take some time. Almost a month if we will be honest. I wasn't happy hearing the time, but I knew this was the best answer he could give. So long as I can get back on the field as soon as possible to relieve the strain on my fellow Demon Slayer allies, time is not the issue. I got up and bowed at the chief before going and walking out the door. I was led out by one of the members of the village that took me towards the direction of the hot springs. I always enjoyed these to the point I was kinda happy going to them. As I was shown them, I walked up the steps and was greeted by one of the most unusual people to see. Iguro. I didn't know you were here looking for repairs. He glanced at me with an unamused face before taking off his uniform and talking into the bath. I followed him soon after with Kaburamuro enjoying the warm water and moving about. My sword was chipped during my last mission. I wanted to avoid problems, so I put in a request. We laid in the hot springs together and felt a bit of calmness. Final selection ended recently, didn't it? Did your students pass? Yeah. I see. Let's hope they don't die in the near future. I wasn't fond of how Iguro said this, but he was right. The line of work we do is one where we could die in our next mission. It's both scary and important work. If we wouldn't do it though, who would? Is Mitsuri doing well? That's good. We continued to relax in the bath with my dreams still shaking me a bit. Hey, Iguro. If your family was turned to demons, do you think you'd have the stomach to end them if you had to face them? Is this about Muzan Kibutsuji? No. It's about my siblings. I know that they're supposed to die thanks to the line of work we do. But, is that right for me to do? I still love my family. I hate that I was the reason they had to die. So do I have the right to end them as demons? There was a silence between us before Iguro spoke. You and I come from tainted bloodlines. No matter what we do, our sins can never be washed away by what we do in this life. We aren't bad people, but being a bad person and having sin don't always go hand in hand. It's because of this we have to do what we must. The most painful decisions are the ones that define if we are destined to purify the evil in our blood. I don't know your family, but if they're anything like you, they should die out of respect of the people they once were so that they can no longer cause harm and destroy the good they've given to this world. I felt guilty thinking this, but Iguro was right. I'm sorry I asked you this. I know you'd rather not hear me second-guess the orders of the Corps. You're not second-guessing. You're questioning if you should be the one to end your brother and sister. I can't tell you if that's right, but what I can do is help you if the situation calls for it. I respect you as a comrade, so I will help when and where I can if that is possible. I felt some solace hearing this as I leaned back into the water. We're not gonna die a quick and painless death on this path, are we? I can guarantee we're going to be tortured physically and mentally. No question there. Izuku POV. The next day at the Swordsmith village, I was summoned to the smith shop to help with my sword. The chief told me that to begin, I had to give half a quart during the morning and half a quart during the evening. After this, a swordsmith with a quirk that could separate the solid and liquid from products would separate the iron that was inside my blood and then refine and forge that with the normal iron and iron sand used for a Nichiren sword. This was a tricky process and was bound to have mistakes, hence the point they needed me to regularly give blood so they can judge the percentage and where it would work the best with syncing with my blood demon art and the effectiveness of the Nichiren sword. Once I had given it to the man, he showed me how the quirk worked to move the water out and into a different container. It was a really clever idea when you stop and see it in hand. Thank you. We will find you when the time comes this evening for the second amount needed for the day. I smiled at the chief before bowing. Be certain to eat everything you are given for your meals so we can avoid you obtaining any form of excess fatigue from us draining your blood. Thanks to your healing factor, any overall dangers of constant use of this shouldn't be present, but I do wish for you to continue to eat a healthy and hearty diet and be a little mindful of limiting your training. I will. However, may I ask a request? And what might that be? Well, even if we are on a more positive note with the Hashira's strength, there's still the one problem that is present. We've been on the losing side for a long time. I was told the Swordsmith village holds not only Theirs but the Ubuyashiki clan's written statements. Perhaps I can find out something that could benefit us. An abnormality with demons from then to now, knowledge of the upper ranks, some kind of difference in the arts that may or may not be altered to now. If it helps us, it's worth looking into in my opinion. The chief held his hand to his chin thinking on this. It makes sense. I'd rather keep these things to ourselves, but perhaps a new set of eyes can help find out. You are free to look at the files and texts of the village. However, you require authorization from the Ubuyashiki clan themselves to look at theirs. I'll put a request in for you and you should have an answer in the next few days. Is there anything else that I may be able to help you with? Actually, would you mind adding on a message to send to the Flame Hashira Kaijuro Rengoku? Ask him if he can lend me the old texts from the Flame Hashira. From what I was told, his family lineage of flame breathing is as old as the core itself. Perhaps the same can be said of their texts. Very well. Take time to eat first and we shall have someone come to guide you to where we keep our written texts. Thank you very much, sir. I was led back to where I was staying to have breakfast. In addition, I was privileged to watch the morning sunrise. It was very nice rising up above the mountains in the background and light the surroundings. This was something I always loved at the Butterfly Mansion and was happy to see it again here. I ate my fill and began to do a bit of stretches to avoid being too submissive. When I was done, a man came to escort me towards the chief's home. But before we entered the grounds, the man turned to lead me into a bit of the woods before coming to a bit of an abnormal patch with a keyhole in the ground. The man gave me a key and explained to me what was down here. The key in your hands is a key to the tunnels below the chief's home. Here, the information to the Ubuyashiki and the Swordsmith chiefs of old are held. As of right now, you can only read the scriptures locked by that key. Once you obtain privilege to read them, I shall give you the key to the Ubuyashiki texts. Understood. Thank you. The man walked away with me looking at the key in hole. I placed the key in and turned it for the ground to be able to be lifted up and show a dark tunnel. I pulled a phone I had out and put on a light to move down. I made my way down to feel the cool and stiff air as it felt like I was going underground several hundred feet. Once I got the bottom, I was met with 2 different cages holding 2 different sets of books that could easily be thousands of years old. Okay, so one of these sets of texts is the Swordsmith and the other is the Abuyashiki. How do I tell which is which though? I looked around to see one saying Abuyashiki and the other, Swordsmith Chief. That was surprisingly easy to the point it was stupid of me to question. I continued through the gate and began looking into the old texts to find what was the oldest. So this'll be probably the hardest to read, but starting as close to the beginning would probably be the easiest way I can avoid overlooking something. I started with a book that was as old as 1,000 years old easily and began reading. Meanwhile, Ochako POV. I wanna die. I began walking as quickly as I could while trying to find the location of my next mission. My last mission made me get a hard punch to the gut for it to feel like maybe a rib was broken from the demon. However, I was still able to keep going and didn't feel any serious problems. As I made my way to a small town, I noticed a familiar set of faces. Ms. Shinobu. Kaneo. It's great to see you both again. I ran over to the 2 with some excitement for Shinobu to notice me. Hello, Uraraka. How are you? I smiled as I went to them and replied. I've managed. By the way, are you both here for the mission I was put on? Actually, we're just passing by. As she said this, something came to my mind. Wait, why are you and Kaneo taking on missions together? Wouldn't she technically be on the same level as me? Status-wise, wouldn't it make sense to have a Hashira join another Hashira on a mission or at the very least, someone that isn't fresh in the core? Izuku never explained to you what a Tsuguko is, has he? Tsuguko? I see. Well, allow me to explain. Tsuguko is in short a demon slayer trained under a Hashira after becoming a member of the core. It's a form of precautionary action in case something happens to the Hashira. The Tsuguko would be the next in line to take the Hashira's place. So Kaneo's like your successor or something? I tried to understand at best what was meant to be. Long and the short, being a Tsuguko is extremely hard because you will regularly be shown Hashira-level training. To put it in perspective, your training's worst will be a down day. What? Your training's that hard? Shinobu laughed at me a bit before a pro-hero came over to us. Hey, what the heck are the 3 of you doing with weapons? It's illegal to have those out in public. Oh crap. I didn't realize that we were breaking rules having our swords out in public as much. I should have thought that through. It's fine. We're members of the Demon Slayer Corps. I'm sure you were aware of the freedom we have to carry weapons. Shinobu says this for the pro if I remember was named M-Lady to raise an eyebrow to us. Likely story. Now how are you going to prove it? I was hesitant before the other pro to the side who was Kamui Woods came over. Can you show us your ranks that were given to you? Both Shinobu and Kaneo held their hands up for me to remember. Oh yeah, the Slayer ranks? I held my hand up to show the back of my palm before speaking up to show my rank on my hand. Seems legit. Sorry for the disturbance. Just try and avoid showing your swords in public as much as possible. The less people that think there's danger around, the better. Kamui, you can't believe that's as easy as it can be to prove they're part of the Demon Slayer Corps. They're wearing the uniform, hold swords, and showed a Demon Slayer rank that was shown only in a way Demon Slayers can have. If it's a scam, then it's a very good one. The pro finally gave up and walked away with Kamui Woods apologizing. I'm sorry about her. There's still a large amount of controversy about having demon slayers known where in technicality, I'm not that fond of knowing we have people running around with swords legally by the government. And that's the exact reason why the Demon Slayer Corps chose to remain an unaffiliated group towards the Japanese government until recently. We aren't a normal group and making presence of demons known would make it next to mass hysteria. I think the fact you're skeptical isn't in the wrong. Shinobu was understanding of this for Kamui Woods to understand and walk away. Shinobu turned to me and smiled after the conversation finished on her end. Well, I hope for the best with you. Have a nice day. As she walked off, I could tell there was still unease between me and the rest of the people. MT Lady made it known to them that we're part of the Demon Slayer Corps to have people talk about what they know now. The look of fear on their faces was obvious with it now scaring me. I should probably keep my sword hidden going forward and avoid attracting attention on myself. Later that evening, Momo POV. My next mission had me arrive at Tokyo. The one I had prior was relatively positive to have it end with no troubles. I did though notice some unease when I arrived at the town I was in before to make certain my sword was put away. Thankfully that helped since it made things much more easier for me now. I wonder what the trouble is for this mission? As I thought that, I noticed a familiar person looking around the city. We're definitely no longer in our neck of the woods, Nezuko. Kamado. I ran over to greet my friend with him turning to notice me as well. Yaoyorozu. It's nice to see you again. Thank you. We exchanged some pleasantries before looking to the side and noticing a girl with long dark hair and a bamboo muzzle on her that looked a little younger than us. Kamado. Is this someone you know? Oh right? You've never met her. Yaoyorozu. This is my sister Nezuko. Nezuko. This is one of the friends I made during final selection that I told you about. Momoyorozu. Hello. I bowed a bit to her with Nezuko looking at me with some interest for some reason. She placed her hand on my head and began patting it for some reason. I didn't think it was bad, so I never said anything about it. It's nice to meet you too. We continued on after this with finding a nice small restaurant to eat at. Nezuko seemed to take a liking to me to sit by my side. The strangest thing though was when she was with us, she transformed into a child just to sit on my lap. Seems Nezuko's taken a liking to you. It seems so. The fact his sister was enjoying herself made Kamado happy. However, something still bugged me. Kamado, you do realize if your sister is found with you, that's a breach of core rules, right? He held his head down to nod. I know, but it's the only way I can help find a method of saving her. I don't have the heart to leave her alone and I don't know where I can leave her alone. We're both all we have and I don't want to make her sad. I understood his logic and started running my hand down Nezuko's hair. Before we go any further with this conversation, let me point out that I'm not going to say anything about this to the core. However, what will you do if you can't find a cure or your sister ends somebody? She hasn't yet? Maybe. But there's still that factor of she's a demon. Even if what you're saying is true, that risk is still there. Demons rely on consuming humans to survive. As such, that risk is in Nezuko just as much. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this as a way for you to understand the facts and why not many will be as sympathetic to your quest in the group we affiliate with. I know. But even so, I'm still going to find a way. Even if I can't, I'll still try because I have hope. But what if your hope tends to be a fool's errand? What are you going to do if Nezuko is left alone then? I didn't want to say this before about your decision, but there is still the possibility it's impossible or it takes far longer than your lifetime. Is it right to make Nezuko continue to struggle after you leave her? He wasn't sure how to answer before speaking. I know it's hard, but all I have to go on is my faith it'll work out in the end. And if by some chance I can't find a cure yet, then I'll figure it out then. I nodded before placing Nezuko in her seat. Fair enough. I just wanted to let you know before this what you're getting yourself into. I never meant to sound mean. I still support what you're doing and will continue to help however I can. Thank you. As he said this, Kamado started smelling something to get up and have a look of shock. What's wrong? That smell. He bolted out the door with it forcing me to get up and grab Nezuko as well. Wait, where are you going? This smell. There's no doubt about it. It's the smell that festered in my family's home the morning after they died. It's him. Muzan Kibutsuji. I was shocked when I heard that to follow Kamado as close as I could. The man that ended Kamado's parents. The man that's Izuku's father and the one who turned his siblings and Nezuko into demons. His face. I'll finally see the face of the man we deem our enemy. Kamado ran through a crowd before grabbing the shoulder of a man and turned him to face both of us. Finally, I saw the man who we all were trying to end. The creator of demons himself and the man who's been the cause of the most strife in Izuku's life. Muzan Kibutsuji. Momo POV. It's him. Muzan Kibutsuji. Tanjiro and I stood in front of the man with him knowing full well he was the man. In his eyes, I could see Izuku's when he fights serious. The bloodlust and the sight of a man who isn't afraid to end. This man was without a doubt the man all of the demon slayers have been searching for. The man that has harmed others for so long. All I have to do right now is end him. If I do, all of Izuku's struggles. The reasons he has to put himself through hell for so long. It all dies here. It dies here and he can finally live in peace. Daddy? Hearing the sound of a little girl, I stopped my hand to see a child that was no older than 6 in his arms with a woman beside him. Do you know these two? Yes, dear. They seem to know you quite well. The woman questioned for it to not come to either one of them. Get away. He's dangerous. He's a monster. I wanted to shout at the top of my lungs this with Muzan extending out his nails to make his hand look like claws. I could not tell you. Neither one looks like someone I know. A man passed by for him to scratch the back of his neck. It happened so fast that I could barely see it with the man holding his injury. As he did, a woman beside him who seemed like his wife tried to understand what happened with the man becoming a demon and biting down into the woman's shoulder. Ahas. Everyone froze with the shock that this happened right in front of me, becoming impossible to understand. I could barely act with Kamadu running and holding the man down and shoving a wad of cloth into his mouth to stop him from harming others. Yaoyorozu, we need to cover that wound now, right? I came back to reality hearing this to press down hard on the woman's shoulder where the bite was. As we did this, a crowd formed with Muzan Kibutsuji hiding inside it and keeping us from going after him. Damn it. He was right here. All I needed to do was stop him. But he knew we would eventually find him. He had this planned. Everything from the family to turning someone into a demon and using our form of kind heart. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Muzan Kibutsuji. Kamadu spoke up for all of us to pay attention to him. I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth, you hear me? I won't give up until I separate your head from your neck. You hear me? Your days are numbered. Him saying this forced Muzan to stop. This was only a moment, but it made him realize we weren't going to stop no matter what we do. Third-person POV. Muzan Kibutsuji. Momo spoke up next for her to irritate the demon even farther. You failed to end my master. I swear that on his good name, you're going to meet your end. And with all you've done, I won't stop until the day you are ended and Izuku can finally live in peace or I fall doing so. For the person you've hurt so badly, I'll pay you back for it tenfold. Do not think you will escape us. Not now. Not ever. We will hunt you down to hell if need be to end your evil. Now infuriated, Muzan and his fake family walked off with the woman questioning him. Dear, who are those two? They seem to know you. Pretending to be ignorant but boiling with rage inside, Muzan smiled at the woman. I do not know. I think they have me confused with someone else. You insufferable ingrates. I will see to it that you both fall. Especially you, boy. Muzan glanced back at Tanjiro's earrings to remember back to a time where he was almost ended. I'll purge that boy from existence. Him and his lineage. And when I'm done with him, I'll move on to those two brats that dared claim superiority on myself and my judgment during that camp trip. While he left, Momo kept the woman from bleeding out while looking over at Tanjiro. It's no good. We need to get her to a doctor right now. I can't let him go. He's too strong and dangerous right now. Then we'll have to make it quickly. Use your sword. I won't. Why? Tanjiro kept holding the man while struggling to speak. He hasn't ended anyone yet. It's not too late for this man. Gra. The man kept trying to fight with Momo, knowing what he meant but realizing the danger right then and there. I understand right now your drive. But look at him right now. He can't control himself. Do you think he'd feel right coming out of this and realizing he hurt someone? You don't even know how to calm him down. As the two debated how to handle the situation, a few pros began appearing on the scene to try and stop both. What do you think you're doing? Stand aside, the both of you. The ignorant pro tried to pull Tanjiro off the man with him struggling to stay on. Please, sir. I know this is hard to understand, but you must leave me. It's taking everything I have to keep this man from doing something unimaginable. Get off of him. We can handle it. No, you cannot. Tanjiro stopped the pro as the man tried to push him off. Please take the woman to a hospital first and foremost. We can handle the man right now. He kept fighting the pro for him to get tired of hearing arguments to begin using his quirk to physically remove both Tanjiro and the man. That's enough, kid. You're both coming down to the station with me. The pro stopped when a strange color pattern was seen in the air to have him hallucinate. While this happened, Momo and Tanjiro were in shock with a woman that seemed to hold a traditional Japanese kimono coming towards them with her forearm bleeding. Pardon me, but you had said that demon is still a human? Might I know what exactly you mean? The woman seemed to give off the sense of a demon, but overall did not have an ending aura around her. It confused both as the woman looked at her assistant. This may not be the best place for this, Yashiro. I'd like you to assist in taking this one so he does not harm anyone. Yes, Lady Tamayo. The man known as Yashiro grabbed the other man who turned into a demon with the woman Tamayo assisting the woman who was bleeding. I can help. I'm a doctor. Momo's senses were telling her this woman wasn't a human, but something was incredibly off with her. The power she used. Was it a quirk or a blood demon art? I'll have someone fetch the two of you when the time is right. For now, please hide out somewhere until you're met by my associate. The woman left with both the man and woman with Momo and Tanjiro extremely confused but looking around at their situation. We need to find somewhere to hide for now. Right? We need to get Nezuko though before anything worse happens. The two ran off and avoided the pro-heroes who were beginning to slowly come to from the hallucinations they were having. Did those kids use some kind of quirk to get out of here? On the other side of the city, Muzan and his family had reached a car they had used for transportation into the city. Here, he parted ways with his family in a claim it was work-related. However, his demeanor changed significantly when the car pulled away. Muzan walked towards an alley for two demons to come to him on their knees. I want you to find a boy with Hanafuda earrings and a girl with a ponytail. I do not care how you do this, but make certain they die. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Muzan. Both demons answered before disappearing for the demon ruler to grit his teeth in anger. Those two. I'll make them pay for taunting me. He thought of Ochako and Momo as he remembered both their speeches. I'll make certain to show their heads to that brat the second I get the chance. And that boy. His thoughts went to Tanjiro and more specifically his earrings. I do not know what your relationship is, but I'll extinguish that man's bloodline from this world. I am so close to perfection and I will not have it be ruined by some pathetic descendant of that man. With Momo and Tanjiro. After picking up Nezuko, the trio began waiting in a less populated area of the city. There, Momo thought of what she asked Tanjiro to do and felt notably guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you in a terrible spot like that. It isn't your fault. I shouldn't have forced my opinions of what I wanted to do on you. I just wanted to stop that man from doing something unforgivable. Hearing this, Momo thought back on what Shinobu said about Izuku when he was about to ingest human blood. I think I'm a bit of a hypocrite. Why do you say that? I was so quick to think that man was too far gone, but my teacher You looked at our situation and chose the safest thing. I can't blame you for thinking what would probably have been our best option. If I did, I would be unable to qualify as a member of the Corps. Nezuko walked over and tried to comfort Momo for her to pat the girl's head and smile. She quickly changed her demeanor when she sensed something to turn and scowl at the man helping Tamayo before. Come with me. The man turned around before stopping and turning back at the group. What exactly are you doing with such an unsightly barbaric creature such as that with you? Barbaric? Tanjiro questioned as Yashiro motioned to the other side of him where Momo wasn't. The only person on that side was Nezuko for him to freak out. Hey, what are you talking about barbaric? Nezuko was one of the most caring and beautiful people in our town. How can you say something like that to her? It's probably this stupid bamboo piece that's making it hard for you to see her true beauty behind it. Yashiro didn't bother responding with just walking away telling them to follow. As they did, Tanjiro tried to get him to respond with Momo stopping him. This isn't a battle worth having. Let's just head to where that woman is. I actually have some questions I'd like her to answer. Tanjiro reluctantly agreed as the trio followed into a lower-income area of the city. There, they walked down towards a wall that seemed to go absolutely nowhere. Yashiro stopped and turned at the group with his irritated look still present. We have arrived. Lady Tamayo is waiting for you. But where? In front of you, you moron. Yashiro somewhat shouted at Momo for her to still not get it. She's waiting, in a wall? She's behind the wall, you stupid idiot. And the wall isn't even real. Yashiro walked through the wall to show it was a simple illusion for Momo to hold her head in self-disappointment. In a world of quirks and demons having strange powers, you'd think I'd have realized that. The three walked in for the inside to be a single house with walls around it. Nothing was near with it being somewhat simple. The fact nothing around gave it away confused the three even more as they walked towards the home. Once there, Yashiro opened it and let the three in to see Tamayo walk out from the basement to greet them. I'm glad that we could see each other again. I apologize also for the late formalities. My name is Tamayo. The one you had guide you here is named Yashiro. The group sat down in the main area for them to speak. Once here, Tamayo explained a bit of information about what she was. As both of you have already noticed, Yashiro and I are both demons. However, we are different than the demons you have faced. To make things simple, I have found a way to reduce the level of blood I would have to consume where I would be able to avoid harming life. Excuse me, ma'am. Tanjiro raised his hand to try and get something he could understand a little better. I know it's rude to halt you, but what happened to the man and dash? Don't you dare interrupt Lady Tamayo. Yashiro immediately went over to Tanjiro and held his arms while pushing on his back to try and rip his limbs off. Yashiro! Stop now. Yes, my lady. Without a second thought, Yashiro stopped and let Tamayo answer. I had both brought here. The man, since he is still currently a threat as he is held up down in the basement. I have done what I can for him right now, but he has a long way to go. The woman was fortunate thanks to both your quick acting to have not lost too much blood and should make a full recovery. However, the man will have a hard road ahead of him. Wait, you're a doctor? Momo questioned for Tamayo to nod. But you're also a demon. Hearing this, Yashiro immediately went to kick Momo while shouting. Do you think she holds back her drool when working on a patient dash? Momo responded back by using the handle of her blade to hit him in the groin. Can you blame us? Most demons we see flock at the sight of blood or a human. You two are technically weird compared to others. Yashiro, please do not hit them again. Tamayo gave a stern look to the demon for him to sit calmly and listen to her words. It's understandable why you'd be confused by this. To make things simple, I am able to work on patients fairly easily due to the modifications that I have done personally on my body. In addition, I was able to remove the curse that most demons have as well as give a way to turn people into demons. Hearing the part where she can turn people into demons, both Momo and Tanjiro froze with the latter speaking up. You can turn people into demons? I thought only Muzan Kibutsuji could do that. Technically, it's a different method than his. But I only do it for patients who have absolutely no other option for life, and I make certain they're aware what they are doing when accepting it. As such, only Yashiro has ever accepted it that I have offered it to. But I'd like to hear about both of you. Please, tell me of Nezuko and the man you call Izuku Midoriya. Tanjiro had went first as he was holding Nezuko's head with her hugging his hand. He explained how she turned into a demon and has not eaten a human since she turned and seems to be able to heal on her own. This surprised Tamayo as she then turned to Momo, who had explained what she knew of Izuku. To say she was bewildered is an understatement. To her, she never expected Muzan to go towards certain lengths, but here he has and had brought about a tool for the Demon Slayer Corps to use. To be completely honest, we're both trying to find a way to turn someone into a human again. My friend and I also think perhaps Tanjiro's attempt to make Nezuko human again could lead to something that we can use to help our master. I see. So this Izuku Midoriya is half demon by nature and theoretically can be ended if Muzan dies. It's understandable why you would wish to find a way to save him. As for Nezuko's condition, it's most unusual indeed. Perhaps there might be something that I can do for a cure. Really? Tanjiro was excited about this before making something clear. However, I am currently unable to make such a thing unless I were to examine different demons' blood. As such, I'd like to check Nezuko's and inspect how she might be different as well as gain some samples from specific demons. I'd like you to find and attain blood samples of those in the 12 Kazuki. 12 Kazuki? Tanjiro questioned as Momo held her head. That's a challenge. But what are they? To make it simple, they're the most powerful of the demons. To be part of their ranks, it would mean you are the closest to Muzan Kibutsuji, and the closest you are, the stronger the cells of Muzan are in you. Correct, Ms. Yaoyorozu. That is why I require these in order to make a cure potent enough to work entirely. If you want cells closest to Muzan, maybe having some of Izuku's blood might help. Actually, I have already made contact and spoken with Izuku of this plan. This comment shocked Momo as she didn't plan for her master to be known by Tamayo by how she was acting. But if you knew about Izuku, then why didn't you dash? I wish to see what you knew and what he failed to tell me. I hypothesized that he might die from the death of Muzan Kibutsuji, but he never said if he knew. But with the assistance of Nezuko's blood, Izuku's and the 12 Kizuki, I am almost certain that we can create a cure. This comment made both happy before a large crash shocked them. The group rushed to the window to see two demons. One was a woman with 6 arms and what looked like balls bouncing. The second was a man with no eyes on his face but in the palms of his hands. Gah! Could you at least do this without being dirty? You're getting dust in my eyes. Well, as long as we get the heads of the whore and bastard, it doesn't matter how we end them. The woman threw the balls into the building to pull the siding off and bounce in the house, causing destruction no matter where it was. Everyone hid under something to avoid getting hurt. Guess Muzan Kibutsuji really wanted us dead? Momo glared at Tanjiro before answering. You think? Third-person POV. As the balls bouncing around them finally stopped, Momo and Tanjiro looked over towards Yashiro and Tamayo to hopefully make certain they were okay. Is everyone all right? Momo screamed as she saw Yashiro's head was ripped off by one of the balls. It's alright. Since he is a demon, he'll regenerate his head. Tamayo explained as Yashiro's body began building back his mouth and the lower half of his head. Lady Tamayo. This is exactly why I did not like the idea of joining demon slayers. It's because of them that we were found by demons. We can't guarantee it is their own fault that this had happened. This was bound to happen eventually. Hearing this, Momo unsheathed her sword along with Tanjiro to meet the two demons. Well, guess this saves us the problems of pulling the corpses out of the rubble. The girl laughed at this with Momo glaring at her. Don't worry. You're gonna die quickly. Being part of the 12 Kizuki, it's amazing how much power I have with his blood coursing through our veins. The two seem to be somewhat doped up on a feeling for Momo to notice something clearly wrong with their logic. I know neither of you are part of the 12 Kizuki. What was that? The girl glared at her while gripping her ball in her hand. The real 12 Kizuki actually hold a number on their eyeballs. You might be strong, but you're not a member. Then again, you could also just be a run-of-the-mill demon. Hearing this last bit, the female demon shouted in anger. You're dead, Beach. She threw the balls at Momo for her to look at the angles and saw them go to the side. However, they immediately changed trajectory to see them go right at her through all directions. Momo used her blade to slice all the balls with one being missed by her and grazing the side of her head to make her bleed from it. Where's that cockiness now, Beach? You take the girl, I'll take the boy. Tanjiro, realizing what happened, immediately went right for the male demon for him to scowl and use his eyes to move him to the side. What he didn't expect, however, Nezuko went right towards the demon and kicked him to the other side of the area to separate him and the female demon. Getting up from the ground, the demon glared in rage at Tanjiro. You filthy ingrates! You contaminated my eyes with dirt. I'll end you! As Momo tried to handle the female demon, she threw a ball at Nezuko for the dark-haired woman to glance over and see her try to kick it. Don't do it! Without any hesitation, Nezuko attempted to kick the ball and have up to her thigh get yanked off. Nezuko! You don't have the right to worry about another person right now. The female demon began throwing her balls again at Momo for her to try and slice them. Unfortunately, the attacks were still scraping her arms and legs. Thanks to her body's condensed muscle mass, she was able to handle this well, but was still in notable pain from the strikes. Not bad. You're able to tank a lot of pain. But you know you could just get away from the balls if you want to avoid getting hurt? Momo glanced back to see Tamayo and Yashiro try to get Nezuko some help by using a medicine to increase her natural healing functions. Right now, I'm in perfect alignment of Tamayo, Yashiro, and Nezuko. If I move away, they'll get the blunt of the momentum still. Huh, well, would you look at that? It's the traitor. The female demon smiled evilly as she began aiming at Tamayo. If I get your head, I can get more of his blood and become stronger. Damn it. Momo tried even harder to keep the attacks from hitting Tamayo now that the demon's attention was on her. If I was stronger, this would be easy. While this occurred, Tamayo tried her best to ease the bleeding and help Nezuko regrow her lost limb. She watched as well as Momo tried her best to save her with Yashiro scowling. Lady Tamayo, we must leave now. We can let the demon slayers handle these too. I cannot. They're working hard to protect us, that means we must support them where we can. If I were to run away and leave them behind, that would be unforgivable and an insult to what Izuku Midoriya and the Kamadu siblings wish to do. Hearing this, Yashiro's eyes widened on shock before agreeing. Lady Tamayo is truly beautiful even when she is trying to be kind to people she shouldn't. Without any hesitation, Nezuko jumped up and had her leg grow out of nowhere. She went right for the next ball coming to Momo for her to panic. Don't kick it. You'll get hurt. With no hesitation, Nezuko was able to kick it right back at the demon for her to catch it. She kicked it? Everyone was shocked at this as even the female demon was in shock that her ball was kicked. Grr. So you think you're something amazing just cause you were able to kick my ball? Big whoop. The demon then began kicking it back at Nezuko for her to kick it back and have it go back and forth. The act irritated the female demon more and more with Momo in shock of how strong Nezuko was. Unbelievable. This is the same demon that was able to take Nezuko's leg off. She turned to Tamayo who was in awe as well. What did you give her? It was merely something to help with her regenerative function. This power is Nezuko's own. This amazed Momo as she watched her friend overpower the female demon. However, there was a frustration because she had to do something to help. If I can get the demon's head, then we can handle this. But the question is, how am I going to get there without her realizing and throwing a ball through me? Hey, human. Momo turned to Yashiro as he smacked some kind of paper on her forehead. You'll be invisible to the demon now. Use it and make certain Lady Tamayo is safe. Though the act came off wrong, Momo understood what Yashiro meant to look towards the demon. She charged forward with her focusing solely on Nezuko. UFN Beach. You think you're better than me because you can kick my ball? Well, let's see how you handle this. The female demon threw 6 balls at Nezuko for her to kick 5 out of the 6 away. The last that she missed was aimed at Tamayo for her to have it graze her head. The act shocked Nezuko as she turned towards her in fear. You're open, you piece of shit. The demon aimed her ball at Nezuko for her to immediately turn back and see it come towards her. At the last moment, however, Momo came through to slice the ball and the female demon's head off with little worry. Love breathing, 4th form. Encircling love's romance. The technique gave a circular swing that had taken both the ball and the demon's head at the same time for it to not register immediately what had happened. It was only realized what really happened as the female demon's head was falling onto the ground looking at her body fall over. What the I lost? How can I lose to a bunch of losers like you? Momo glanced at the demon for her to have her veins pop out of her forehead. Don't look so cocky, you beach. I'll end you. I'll end you and there's nothing you can say about it, you filthy little dash. Before you go, I have a message to Muzan Kibutsuji. I know he's watching us from your eyes. I don't care who you are. I don't care that you're Izuku's father. I don't care if you're the Lord of Demons. But know that when the time comes, I'll help relieve your head from your shoulders. The pain you caused my master and several others because of your actions will be an example of the pain you will face when vengeance is Izuku's. Her eyes were stone cold as a way to indicate how serious she was. We will end you. I don't care if I have to drag you down to hell with me. You'll see punishment. Start counting the days because it will happen whether you want it or not. Tanjiro began struggling towards the group as he heard this comment be said. He saw the determination in Momo's eyes to understand how dedicated she was for this act. I do not know who your master is, Yaoyorozu. But if he is a man worth this much respect, I would love to meet him one day. The demon disappeared with Tanjiro struggling to stand. Nezuko noticed this to run over and grab him to act as support. I'll be fine, Nezuko. Why don't you help Tamayo and Yashiro if they're in trouble? The boy mentioned with a smile as Momo turned towards Tanjiro and smiled. Is the other one down? Yes. He's beheaded. We're safe. That's good. Momo was about to walk over, but the injury on her head had forced her to fall backwards. The act panicked Tanjiro for him to shout for her. Yaoyorozu, are you all right? Nezuko ran towards her for the dark-haired woman to see everything all fuzzy while being dragged into the home. As they entered, the sun started to rise and shine light on the destroyed house. Getting into the basement part, Tanjiro tried to take Momo from his sister with her agreeing. I'm sorry I couldn't be of much help to you in the fight. I hope Tamayo can fix you up. It's not your fault. You did the best you could do. Momo was out of it, feeling her body fall to the fatigue of taking the injuries and fighting as hard as she did. Yaoyorozu. Tanjiro panicked as he began to see the dark-haired woman almost fall but catch herself. Don't push yourself. We're almost inside. Once they were heard, Tamayo walked out of a room to see the two beaten up. I apologize that you had to fight in our stead. If anything, please allow me to give you what medical assistance I can. Nezuko ran over to Tamayo as she said this to hug her. The act here irritated Yashiro to no end for him to start shouting. Just what the hell do you think you're doing? Get off of Lady Tamayo this instant. As he tried to pull her off, Nezuko looked at Yashiro and began patting his head in a friendly manner. This act confused both as Tamayo questions Tanjiro on it. I don't understand. What you said of the hypnosis she has upon her wouldn't allow her to show this form of formality to either of us. I think she can see you as no different than any other human being. To be honest, I wasn't for this when I was told of what happened to Nezuko. However, now I don't have any fear since she has some form of free will still. The comment made Tamayo begin to tear up. For the first time in so many years, someone actually saw her as a human. The only other person who actually has shown her the closest to a neutral image of humanity was Izuku himself. She was happy of this and began returning the hug Nezuko had given her as a thank you. Once the two let go, Momo was sat down on the wall with her left arm throbbing in pain. It seems it was dislocated, perhaps from the force of the demon's attack. Tamayo knelt down to look Momo in the eyes and hold her arm. I can put it back into place, but it will hurt. Are you prepared for that? Momo nodded as Tamayo calmly held the arm in the easiest spot to avoid more damage before applying pressure and pushing the arm back into place. The act forced Momo to give out a pained grunt from the act, but a bit of a relief was given when it was done. Once Momo was in a stable enough position, Tamayo did what she could for Tanjiro. Unfortunately, she could only wrap his chest and help hold his ribs in position while also telling him what to do to avoid the stress on his body. Ready? The two put Nezuko in her box to avoid the sun and went on out of the building. When they did, their crows came over to them to explain their next mission that would take them southeast of the area they were in. Before they left though, the duo waved goodbye to Tamayo and Yashiro before heading out towards their next location as fast as they could. So do you think it's possible? Getting the blood of the 12 Kizuki and making a cure to turn people back to a human, I mean. Momo asked Tanjiro for him to smile and give his optimism. There isn't much we can do but hope for the best. I mean, what outside of hope do we have? Tanjiro gave a smile with Momo thinking on the same and hoping the best. However, the two met a very unusual sight in front of them. Please marry me. A man with blonde hair wearing the corps uniform was holding another member's uniform crying into her. I'm begging you. Please marry me. I could die at any moment. Knock it off. You're getting weird. Momo looked at the woman for a few moments before holding a face of shock. Ochako? Wait, didn't those two take the exams with us? Tanjiro asked for the dark-haired woman to nod. I said. Ochako raised her katana still in its sheath above her head before slamming it down on the boy's head. Get off of me already. Something tells me this guy is going to be a pain in the neck. Momo wasn't exactly fond as she thought of the problems they were about to face considering the acts they just saw. Few minutes prior, Ochako POV. Walking down a suburban area, I began humming a bit of a tune with my attention on nothing in particular. Thanks to my talk with Shinobu and Kaneo, I was able to learn a little more about the situation we have right now. Apparently, the demon slayers are being looked at a bit like pro-heroes now, and even some memorabilia of some is being made. Oddly enough, Shinobu seemed to hold some excitement holding a plushie of Izuku that showed his scowl when he's not around our classmates when he's somewhat ticked. I wonder if I'll get a plushie of myself if I make it far enough in the ranks? I stopped and remembered what Izuku said about the line of work we're in and how most demon slayers after about 5 years wind up dying to go pale. Might be better just to focus on my work and nothing any farther. As I kept walking, I noticed someone on the ground looking like he was unconscious. Sir? I pulled the guy to have him face me while putting his back on my lap to see if he was okay to notice he was familiar in some way. Wait, where have I seen this guy before? As I was thinking this, he looked up at me and didn't seem hurt at all. At least you're not her dash. Marry me. The guy's immediate comment somewhat shocked me for him to get on his knees and let me get up before immediately grabbing on my uniform and sobbing at me. Please marry me. I don't want to die alone. Please. Please. Marry me. Hey, come on. Get off of me. You're starting to rub snot on me. Please marry me. Get off of me. I'm begging. Please marry me. Out of sheer anger, I took my blade still in its sheath and raised it over my head. I slammed it on the guy's head to get him off of me while shouting at him. Get off of me. This fortunately worked with the snot dripping from his nose starting to stain my skirt. Oh come on. I just washed this morning. Ochako. I turned my head to see Momo run over towards me to smile. Momo. It's been a while. I went to hug her before stopping myself. Wait, you wouldn't want to hug me right now. Why? I pointed to my skirt for her to be somewhat disgusted with what was on me. Point taken. Marry me. Immediately, the blonde got back up and started crawling towards me. I'm begging you. I don't want to die alone here. He was grabbed by Tanjiro, who I didn't plan to see so soon after the final selection. What are you doing? You're obviously making her uncomfortable. Shouldn't you show some form of humility? You wouldn't understand. This is an act of love. All of us gave the guy a look that proved we weren't exactly fond of what he said and was overall more pitying him above all else. Don't look at me like that. Come on. I know you love me, so please marry. I had enough of this to kick the guy in the jaw and send him into Tanjiro's arms. I did not want to have to do that. The guy is overall pathetic, but that does not mean he deserves to get a kick to the jaw. At least that stopped him for now. Southeast. All 4 of you must go south. Southeast. One of our crows began speaking up for all 4 of us to understand that we were working together for an assignment. I didn't want to work with the snot guy, but it wasn't in my hands to do anything about. Tanjiro was actually nice enough for us to carry the weirdo by dragging his unconscious sack to where we were told. Eventually, we started coming out of the suburbs and was in the woods. Half an hour later, Tanjiro POV. After a bit of walking, our unconscious comrade for this mission had finally woken up in a bit of a shock. Huh. You're finally awake, I see. Have you calmed down enough? He glanced around before seeing Uraraka and Yaoyorozu, who glared at him in anger. What happened? You were getting a little too much and Ochako decided to knock you out to let your head cool? Yaoyorozu explained this with our friend trying to go over towards the 2 once again and try what he did before. Can you just accept the fact that this isn't going to work? You're a demon slayer, can't you hold some dignity? You don't understand. It's fate that stomach growl. We heard his stomach growl for some curiosity to come into my mind. What was your name? Zenitsu. Zenitsu Agatsuma. When did you last eat? A while ago. When I heard this, I thought it was only fair that I tried to help how I could. Here. I offered a rice ball I had on me to him, with it hopefully helping. Thank you. He ate a bit before having a question. How much food did you have on you? That's all I've got. Please don't worry. Eat as much as you need. Zenitsu looked somewhat sad before pulling it in half. I'd feel bad if you'd give me all your food. Thank you. I took some of the food for Uraraka to look at us and smile. Seems you're nicer than I thought you were. At least you have a heart where it should be. Just wish your head was the same. Uraraka laughed a bit before Yaoyorozu had a question. Hey, Zenitsu. What made you join the Demon Slayer Corps? You seem kinda not like the type to join. Well, that's more because I was tricked into it. I kinda ended up having a lot of debt because of a girl I tried to help. When people came for the money, this old guy came in and helped me out. Only Gramps wasn't just some old guy. He was this crazy teacher who forced me to train brutally to become a demon slayer against my will. Hearing him say this, I somewhat felt bad for him with Uraraka asking a question. So you got scammed by some girl and some random old guy helped you in replacement for making you a demon slayer. If anything, that's probably a saving grace for you if you're that easy to get scammed by someone. Uraraka's comment wasn't exactly great with Zenitsu trying to defend himself. But she said she needed help. What was I supposed to do? Women need to be protected and it's only natural that I would as a man to help how I can. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka looked at Zenitsu with a bit of shock and confusion until the earlier spoke. I don't know if I should scold you or pity you for your ideology if you're genuinely believing this about a scam artist. I'm thinking a little of both, Momo. Enough talk. While trying to figure this out, my crow had begun talking. All four of you must hurry to your next mission. Hurry Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Momo and Ochako. Oh. That bird is talking. Is this guy really a demon slayer? I'm having difficulty seeing it as well. Both the girls once again questioned Zenitsu as a small sparrow came to land on my hand. Hello there. And what is your name? The bird introduced itself as Yukogi but allows Zenitsu to call him Chuntaro and overall doesn't mind it. What he does mind however eyed Zenitsu wasting his effort on missions complaining and hitting on girls. It's apparently been troubling Chuntaro especially because he cannot understand him for some reason. Zenitsu. You really should be trying harder so you don't trouble Chuntaro. Wait, you can understand him? What are you, a bird whisper? Sounds like chirping to me. Agreed. Nobody seemed to understand Chuntaro for it to make me curious. Could it be just that I understand the tones of his chirps and relate them to certain words? Enough talk. Run all four of you. Run to your next mission. My crow continued to shout at us with us following our crows, and Chuntaro, to our mission. We were led soon into a set of woods with two kids in front of us. They seemed scared for some reason for us to run up and try to understand what's happening. What happened? Our brother. He was taken during the evening by someone and brought into this house. The older sibling stated this as the sound of what seemed to be a drum coming to all of our ears. It kept playing faster and faster with each strike until finally it stopped. None of us knew what it was until we noticed something coming out of the house in front of us and seeing it fall into the ground. When I noticed what it was, I panicked and turned to the kids to see Yaoyorozu and Uraraka covering them already. This is just awful. I glanced at the body to notice it had been already beginning to decompose. At least this wasn't their brother. It might not end well if this was. Yaoyorozu. Uraraka. Zenitsu. We're going in. Are you insane? Whatever did this to this person probably isn't going to hold out doing it to you. What makes you think we'll handle this better? Zenitsu shouted for Yaoyorozu to grab the back of his uniform and drag him with us. No, oh. Don't bring me inside. The two took the lead with it coming to my mind it might be best to let Nezuko stay outside for safety reasons. I placed her box in front of the two and talked with them. Can you both watch this box please? It's very precious to me and if something bad happens and night falls, knock on the box and you'll be okay. They understood with Uraraka and I following the two in front of us in. As we entered the house, there was a pungent smell of demons inside. Zenitsu I think had understood something was wrong for him to start panicking and standing on his feet more. Something doesn't feel right about this house. Uraraka looked as if she could feel something off with Yaoyorozu having a chill to her. Let's be on our toes. We're on a demon's territory. Yaoyorozu began opening one of the doors to see absolutely nothing in the room. I think we should split up in groups of two. Yaoyorozu stopped and stared blankly behind us. None of us knew what she was doing until we turned and shouted all in unison. What are you doing in here? I'm sorry. There were some strange sounds coming from the box and we were getting scared. The older sibling mentioned this for it to somewhat irritate me that Nezuko was left alone, but couldn't exactly blame them for being scared after what they're going through currently. I'm sorry if you got scared, but you should have not left the box. It's very precious to me and I treasure it more than my own life. The two felt bad as we walked towards the entrance once again to try opening the door. When we did though, it showed a room with several clay pots to make us all go pale. Oh crap. I think this demon has the ability to change where the rooms in this house are. Yaoyorozu mentioned for Zenitsu to begin panicking. Wawa. I don't want to die here. I'll probably have some demon try sucking my brains out through a straw. Ayaha. He ran around while bumping into Yaoyorozu and the boy to send them into another room altogether. When this happened, the sound of a drum came for the room they were in to change to a completely different room. What the? Zenitsu. Yaoyorozu. Can you hear me? Uraraka shut my mouth with her hand for her to point forward. If that demon is trying to separate us, then that means it might be close to us. I don't think it's able to teleport us exactly where he wants to, but it could be close if it did it when some of us were in another room. Let's be careful. I agreed and held my hand on my sword. Sweetheart, you're probably going to be better off staying between me and Kamadu. That's probably the safest spot out of all areas. The girl understood for Uraraka to opt to take the front while I handled the back. We traveled through the house while still hearing the sound of drums. Should we look to meet up with Zenitsu and Yaoyorozu or focus on the demon first? Personally, I think it would be a wasted effort trying to find them in this maze of a home right now. If it was just Zenitsu though, I'd have concern for the kid. But Yamamo's with them, so I'm not concerned. We kept walking until we arrived at a larger room with it looking like a place for someone to occupy. When we walked in, a huge smell of a demon came to my nose with Uraraka's ears twitching as well. Something's coming. I can hear it. Get ready. We both pulled our swords out while I motioned the girl to stay behind me in hopes to avoid her getting hurt. When we did, a huge demon walked through the opening on the other side of the room. On him, he held what looked like several drums on his body. He didn't seem to notice us for Uraraka to rush towards the demon and try to decapitate it on the spot. Damned wretches invading my home. I'll end all of you. He hit one of his drums for the entire room to start shaking and turning to another side. This forced Uraraka to lose her balance along with myself and the girl. We ended up falling on the side of the room with it not making any sense to either of us. How did he do that? Is this his blood demon art? I questioned as something came charging out of the opposite side where we entered. It looked like someone wearing the core. Pants, no shirt and what looked like a boar's head on their head. Finally, after several days of running around, I found you. The man ran as fast as he could with two blades that looked dented for some reason. Watch out, cuz Inosuke Hashibiro is coming through. Few minutes prior, Momo POV. After being separated from Tanjiro, Ochako and the girl, Zenitsu and I walked around with the boy. But when I say we were walking around, I mean myself and the boy walking around and Zenitsu holding on to the kid and cowering in a way I expected to see the boy. Creaky. What was that? That was the floorboards. Can you at least not scream so we can find everyone a little easier before a demon finds us? A demon can find us? I don't want to die. I'll probably have my brains sucked out by my eyes with a straw. They'd have to be able to find a brain to begin with. I was letting his attitude get to me. I shouldn't have, but his constant screams and shouts were beginning to wear me down. We crossed a few rooms to walk towards one. Zenitsu, check the other one and see if you can find something. But if I do, a demon can pop up and end me. If you haven't attracted a demon yet, then that means there's no chance it's around here. We're right now trying to find our friends Moore and his brother. I pointed to the boy before smiling at him. Just stay behind us and we'll make certain nothing bad comes to you. Okay. I opened the first door to see nothing but a few pots in it. I glanced to Zenitsu with him acting like a coward trying to open the door as slowly as possible. How is this guy even a demon slayer? I might be staging an image of what other members of the Corps are from the Hashira, but this guy is a full-blown coward. I walked over calmly towards the room with my patience wearing thin with him to open it and see nothing. See? You're spending too much time being scared that even if a mouse was to walk under your feet, you'd have a panic attack. We kept walking forward with Zenitsu showing in reality that he'll not be of any help whatsoever. I opened a few more doors for there to be nothing. Fortunately, I was able to get a little help from the boy who was opening the doors with our weakest link cowering behind him. This went on for a notable amount of time with several more shrieks from Zenitsu. Just how many doors are in this home? Dunno. But something tells me we're mostly just going around in circles thanks to that drumming. I kept hearing drums for it to make me come to the conclusion that those drum noises might be altering the rooms around a bit. I opened one final door to be met fortunately with something other than an empty room, But what was in it was, is this a demon? I can tell it's human. I prepared for the worst with the beastman-looking creature to jump out and nearly trample me. Ah! What is that thing? Zenitsu started panicking with the boar beast thing running away from us. No more opening doors now. I mean it. I don't want to dash. I chopped the back of Zenitsu's neck and started dragging him, somewhat tired of hearing him scream. Sorry if that was a little scary for you. To be honest, the boar person was kinda relieving compared to what we're facing. At least someone's keeping their composure. I thought this before something caught my ear for it to be some kind of demon to force me to jump back. Not bad. You were able to avoid my tongue a bit? I saw some blood on the tip of his tongue along with a bit of a burning on my arm to see he got me a little. Such delicious blood you have. I can't wait to devour you. Sorry, but I'm not one for tongue play like yours. I unsheathed my sword and cracked it like a whip. But if you're into S&M, I'll happily play with you. With Ochako and Tanjiro, third-person POV. As the man known as Inosuke charged at the drum demon, it hardly glanced at everyone before looking enraged and tapping his drum again to alter the position of the room. Filthy wretches. Coming into my home and treating it like your own. I'll end you all. He kept hitting his drums for the room to keep spinning around and forced the furniture in it to move alongside to have Ochako and Tanjiro bang into things. During this, the girl was pulled away from both of them to fall on the ground or wall from where they were standing and be stepped on by Inosuke. Ha! You think that's gonna stop me? Hey! Get your foot off of her. She's a kid. Ochako shouted in anger for the boar-headed boy to glance down and scoff. The weak are trampled by the strong. Why should I care if I trample on a few worms? Ochako lost her patience and threw a lamp at Inosuke to push him off and have the girl run over to them. What the heck was that for? You know why, you idiot. Sniff sniff another Merchi bloodholder. The drum demon glared at Ochako for her to notice she cut herself while being thrown around. I'll devour you and become stronger. He was about to hit the drum in his chest with Inosuke charging for him and taking the blunt of it by his swords. This forced him out of the room along with having the drum beat happen again to have Ochako, Tanjiro and the girl in a completely different room again. Oh great, so that demon isn't the one that's teleporting us. So who the heck is now? Ochako was irritated with the girl looking at an older boy. He seemed to be hurt a bit for it to pull their attention to him. Brother! The girl ran up with one thing catching Tanjiro's eye. Is that a drum in his hands? Teruko, what are you doing here? I came to help find you. These two, they're trying to help us? The boy looked at both Tanjiro and Ochako with some unease. Is Soichi also safe? He's with two friends of ours. He's safe? Well, I know he's safe with Momo. Ochako thought to herself before getting back on topic. My name's Ochako Uraraka and this is Tanjiro. Tanjiro Kamadu. Nice to meet you. Tanjiro smiled with the older brother looking down a bit. My name's Kiyoshi. It's nice to meet you. Tell me what happened to bring you here? Tanjiro asked for Kiyoshi to start explaining his situation. Him and his siblings were heading home near daybreak. When that happened, he ended up getting scuffed up and started to bleed a little. Shortly after, the drum demon charged for him specifically and brought him to the home. However, he was unable to eat him with multiple other demons trying to do the same. During the incident, one of the drums on the demon was ripped off and Kiyoshi tapped it to transport him to another room in the home. He's been doing this more to keep himself from getting hurt, but did not understand exactly why he was targeted only outside of speaking of Merchi blood. So you're a holder of a rare blood type. Now it makes sense a little more why the demon focused on you. Ochako summarized this with thinking the demon was close enough in the area to smell his blood and target him in hopes to get stronger. But what's so special about my blood that it wants? Kiyoshi was uneasy before Tanjiro's Kasugai Crow spoke up. Merchi is a very rare type of blood. It's deemed a gourmet meal for demons. Consuming a human with that type of blood is similar to devouring 50 normal humans. The rarer the blood type, the more a demon will seek out for it. It started laughing with both Teruko and Kiyoshi panicking while seeing it speak. Now isn't the time to be messing with them. We have a job to do. Ochako pulled the crow away, clearly angry before calmly smiling at the two siblings. It's okay. The crow is weird but won't harm you. She turned to Tanjiro to speak loud enough for only him to hear. Bringing Kiyoshi along would be a bad idea as a whole if he's the one the demon's targeting. Adding to this, we wouldn't be able to fight him while also trying to defend ourselves and fight that drum demon. But leaving them here would be just as dangerous. I know that, but right now they're safer here than with the demon around them. Tanjiro thought about the options but remembered the drum. We'll go and find the demon and get rid of him. Teruko, your brother looks like he needs some help. Can you stay with him and let him calm down a little? Teruko nodded as Ochako and Tanjiro left the room. If the person on the other side of the door doesn't answer before coming in, tap the drum and leave to another part of the building. The two walked out and shut the door before walking down the corridor. I'm guessing we were sent here to help the boar guy since he hasn't checked in yet? It would appear so. Is there any chance you can tell where the demon is? The smell of this home is obstructing my sense of smell. Ochako stopped for a moment and tried to listen carefully. There's a few distinct sounds I hear. 3 of them I can say is a demon no. Now it's 2. Once of them was silenced by someone that sounds like that boar guy we met before. Adding to that, I hear Soichi, Momo and Zenitsu being chased by another demon. Momo's trying to fight, but she can't so easily due to it being an enclosed space and hitting the walls to slow her attacks down. The final demon from what it sounds like is the drum demon down this hall and to the left. Should we help Yaoyorozu and Zenitsu handle the demon? Ochako heard the 3 start running as fast as they could out of the area for her to shake her head no. Sounds like they're handling themselves fine. Right now, our priority is to take down the stronger of the 3 and handle the problem we're in a little better. Right? Let's go. With Momo and Zenitsu. Momo ran as fast as she could towards some kind of open area. Due to her type of weapon, she couldn't move around so freely and had her attacks hindered due to it. Damn it. If we weren't in a building, I'd probably be able to fight better. She kept running with Soichi and Zenitsu on her shoulders with the demon following with some joy. Why are you running? I thought you and I were going to fight? Was that all just big talk knowing you can't beat someone like me? Momo was irritated to find a room and open it. It was spacious enough for her to land a hit on the demon and finish this quickly. As she got in, the demon sliced the back of her calf and forced her on the ground. Guess you've ran out of spots to run now, girlie. Why don't you give up and make this easier on all of us? I'll even give you the chance of having a quick and painless death if you do. The demon continued to laugh with Momo now visibly enraged. She tried to stand up with putting most of the pressure on her one good leg. I'll probably only get one good move out of this. I need to be faster than him and show that I can fight even in an enclosed space. If I can't, then fighting Muzan Kibutsuji is never going to happen. She prepared for an attack before she heard Zenitsu get up. He held his hand on his blade to confuse the creation quirk user. Is he willing to fight now? Thunder breathing. Zenitsu's eyes were closed for it to confuse Momo more. He's asleep? Guess the kid wants to die first dash. The demon couldn't even finish his sentence as Zenitsu moved faster than lightning as far as Momo's eyes could tell to be across the room with the demon's head on the ground. Thunder clap and flash. The sudden act shocked everyone with even Momo in shock at what she just saw. I didn't even see him move and he took the demon down with near perfect precision. Just what is this guy? As quickly as Zenitsu did what he did, he collapsed back on the floor for him to start snoring again with no trouble. What the hell? He immediately woke up and looked around to see the demon's head on the ground turning to ash. Is that a demon? No duh, Sherlock. Momo shouted in anger while trying to understand what she just saw. This doesn't make any sense. He was nothing but a coward conscious. But unconscious he was able to act with clear judgment on what to do and take down a demon without any fear at all. Is this something to do with his breathing style? No. As she tried to think about this, Zenitsu started to panic when he saw Momo's leg. Your leg. It's cut. We need a doctor. Help dash. Will you stop screaming? We're still in a dangerous spot and I don't want a demon coming after us right now because of you. She started making some kind of support for her leg with her quirk while also bandaging herself to avoid any bleeding out. Maybe he just can't make clear decisions with his conscious mind for his subconscious one to take effect and use the demon slayer skills he learned. But to do that, it would require it to be second nature to him. If that's the case, Zenitsu might have even more talent as a demon slayer than any of us. Do you need any help? Soichi tried to find a way to help Momo for her to smile at him. I've got it. Right now, I think it's best we try and find an exit. That's probably not the main demon, but we won't be able to do anything where we are right now. If we can bring the demon out to us, then we'll have more of an advantage. Both nodded for the three to start heading out of the room. As they did, Momo continued to think of just what Zenitsu did and how she can perhaps assist him in bringing something like that out again. Maybe I should try and have him see what he can do to maybe give a confidence boost. That could also bring him to the reality he's stronger than he thinks. With Ochako and Tanjiro, both core members stood outside a sliding door. So, he's in here? Yes. I can smell him. His scent is strongest here. Tanjiro held his blade in preparation for the fight. If things go south very badly, I want you to toss me your Nichiren sword. Ochako unsheathed her blade while taking a few deep breaths. The presence of this demon. I felt it once with 2 others. No doubt, this guy's on par with the 12 Kazuki. Prepare for anything? Tanjiro nodded. Whatever training she has done to become a demon slayer, I hope that both that and mine combined are enough to face off against someone that is as dangerous as this. They opened the door for the demon to sit on his knees waiting for them. You filthy wretches. I'll be rid of you soon enough and become stronger. But you, the girl. I'll devour you and reclaim my spot among the 12 Kazuki. Make no mistake, I shall be the one to destroy you all. Third-person POV. Hear us right now, demon. I don't care who you are or what your goal is. The second you chose to harm innocent people, you became our enemy. Ochako held her blade in a fighting stance before storming into the room. And that's the reason I'll take you down here and now to prove to my mentor I'm worthy enough to stand beside him. Wind breathing, first form. Dust whirlwind cutter. Ochako sent several slashes forward for the drum demon to scowl before hitting the drum on the center of his chest. This forced a massive slash to counter and cancel out her attack. Insolent child. I'll make you regret facing Kyogai, the demon of the drum. Tanjiro joined in to charge forward next before the room began moving to send both backwards and on the side of the wall near the door. The demon continued this again for a few times to disorient them. However, both Tanjiro and Ochako started to notice what the drums did to try and time themselves and move closer. But right before they could though, Tanjiro smelt what seemed to resemble mold coming right at Ochako. Uraraka. Dodge. Ochako dodged to feel a small cut on her arm to notice the amount of power in the slash. Water breathing, third form. Flowing dance. Tanjiro got close to the demon Kyogai before he altered the room's changes in a faster method. This made things harder for Tanjiro as he felt his body being tossed and thrown around. This came to a bit of a head as Ochako was tossed into a side of a dresser and held onto it only to have it open and the contents of the inside come out, scattering on the floor. What the? She grabbed one of the pieces with Tanjiro noticing them as well to glance at them. Is this a novel? Realizing what they had, Kyogai began to get enraged and shouted at them. Don't you dare touch those! He sent multiple slashes at the two for them to dodge and avoid stomping on the papers. When given better footing, Tanjiro spoke up to the drum demon. You said your name was Kyogai, correct? What of it? Understand that no matter what you do is pointless. We will behead you without fail. This comment brought Kyogai back to his knowledge of his past and how his sponsor basically told him the exact same thing about his writing. This pushed the drum demon over the edge to begin shouting. Then let's see how you like this rapid-fire drumming. He hit all the drums at an insanely fast rate with Tanjiro and Ochako struggling to avoid the slashes. While this happened, Tanjiro felt a rib he had broken shift out of place. In addition, Ochako started to twist her body in ways it shouldn't have gone with both now stuck before getting hit by the other in the forehead. Ochako held her head in pain before jumping out of the way to avoid a slash. There has to be some kind of rhythm to make this more easy to read. Tanjiro regained his footing and breathed wrong for a moment to feel significant pain. But as he did, he noticed finally a bit of a pattern with his drumming. Uraraka. Watch my back and I'll take this one down. Understood. Ochako didn't know what he meant by this, but went full force in while keeping her movements controlled due to her twisted ankle. Tanjiro went forward with the slashes from Kyogai, keeping him from coming directly at him. However, he failed to see Ochako come near for her to spin her body as her blade cut upwards. Wind breathing, sixth form. Black wind mountain mist. She sliced off both of Kyogai's arms to create an opening for Tanjiro to come right at the demon's head. Kyogai, thank you for a hard-fought battle. Your drumming truly was amazing. He used a water surface slash to cut through Kyogai's neck and have his head fall to the ground. Once free, Tanjiro unintentionally breathed in to have a sharp pain go right into his side, with Ochako rushing over to check on him. Tanjiro, are you She shouted as she moved her ankle the wrong way and caused her to fall on the ground, rolling while holding it. Ow 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 ow. So I guess we both did something dumb for this fight. Tanjiro felt a little more at ease with himself before hearing Kyogai speak up. Hey, did you really mean what you said? Did you truly believe my drumming was that amazing? He looked genuinely worried about this as he was on the verge of tears. Tanjiro stood up and looked at him with some sadness in his eyes. I can't condone what you've done to humans. That is unforgivable, but your drumming was truly a marvel to behold and witness. Hearing these words, Kyogai let a tear come down his face as he seemed more at peace with himself. Thank you. His body disappeared after this, with Tanjiro realizing something. I should get a blood sample of him. If he was a former member of the 12 Kazuki, his blood should be close to Muzan Kibutsuji's. He pulled out the small syringe that he was given by Tamayo to have it absorb a bit of the blood that was from the demon before the torso completely disappeared. So why did you collect the blood? A person me and Yaoyorozu met said they might know of a way to turn back Nezuko. She is also possibly looking to turn that mentor of yours into a full human. If that happens, maybe Midoriya can be saved too. That was actually a similar thing we all came to. If it helps Nezuko, then I'm not against helping your mentor as well. As they spoke, a small cat spoke up for it to walk over to Tanjiro. It held a small back on its back with a paper on its forehead that resembled Yashiro's talisman. Are you going to give the blood to Tamayo? Tanjiro questioned for the cat to nod and sit down in front of him. Aren't you a helpful kid? Ochako started playing with the cat and giving it a small cat treat she had on her as Tanjiro placed the sample securely inside the bag on its back. Once he finished, the cat began walking off while meowing and turning invisible. What a strange cat. It's using an ability one of two demons Yaoyorozu and I met. It's quite useful in situations of stealth. I can see why. The two started walking out of the area and back towards where the two kids were. When they opened the doors, a mountain of random things were thrown at them to make both avoid them. Wait, it's us? Kiyoshi and Teruko stopped when they heard Tanjiro speak up and hold his hands up. Sorry. When the drum disappeared, we panicked and prepared to defend ourselves with what we could find. Kiyoshi explained as they all started to get up. Teruko helped her brother as the four walked towards where they entered the home. Considering it was the demon's power that was turning the rooms upside down, I don't see a reason why the rooms would continue to be jumbled up. Tanjiro smiled at this thought from Ochako before something caught his nose. I smell human blood. And I hear someone getting beaten up. Both ran as fast as they could towards the source that was outside. There, they found Zenitsu beaten brutally up with Momo trying to stop the boar-headed man from before. Why are you protecting a demon? Whatever is in there is a demon, so we gotta end it. Can you shut up and listen right now? This isn't helping anyone and you're just making things worse beating up a fellow core member. Ending demons is a #1 priority of demon slayers, but fights among members is strictly prohibited. We're on the same side. Hearing this enraged the man as he got down low to the ground. If you refuse to let me do my job, then you can die with the demon as well. He charged at Momo with her preparing to attack him before Tanjiro ran over to tackle the man into a tree. Stop it. Ochako ran to Zenitsu to make certain he was all right with the blonde boy looking at Tanjiro with a weak smile. Tanjiro, you said this was very precious to you. I made certain that it's safe for you. Don't push yourself right now. Ochako tried to help him however she could with Tanjiro and the boar-headed member began fighting. Tanjiro tried to fight him with the boar-headed man dodging and moving very quick and attacking with no restraint. This caused some trouble until Momo gave a solid hit with a staff she made to his chest. This caused an unpleasant cracking sound to be made. He was sent into a tree before readjusting his movements and pushing off the tree to go back at Momo before Tanjiro came over to headbutt him in the head. This knocked him down with Momo now panicking. I heard a crack. That most likely didn't end well. The boar man began getting up and smiling at them. Unlike you all, I can alter my body and move in ways that won't matter. Even if you break my bones, I can just move and readjust my body so that it means nothing. The man moved his body for his back to go all the way around and show his head between his legs while laughing maniacally. Haha, are you a moron? Momo shouted in anger as she saw him bend over. You shouldn't do that while in your condition. Tanjiro points this out with the boar-headed man adjusting the way his body was to go back at them. This time, Tanjiro had enough with this to go head-on and smash his forehead into the man's to make a skin-crawling head smack to be heard. Ochako winced during this as Zenitsu regained his composure. Wait, but attacking other core members is against the rules. So wouldn't Yaoyorozu and Tanjiro both be at fault for this as well? I think this falls into the situation as a whole. They did break the rules, but they did act in trying to stop someone who was already breaking the rules. As they said this, the man's boar head fell off to show it was only a headpiece to reveal his actual face. Huh? How does someone with such a scary body with such a delicate face? Zenitsu shouted in shock as the man turned to him. What? Something wrong with the way that I look? Oh. Actually, your face is quite dashing. Momo points this out before asking something. What is your name anyway? Considering you're part of the core, we should at least know who we are. My name's Momo Yaoyorozu. And my name is Tanjiro Kamado. Tanjiro introduces himself alongside Mumu Yamarozi and Kampuchiro Kameo. Very wrong. Momo points this out with the man shouting. Who gives a crap what your names are? All that matters is my name is Inosuke Hashira. How do you even get my name wrong but can get a complicated name like that down? Inosuke became irritated before shouting back. I don't know how I read. Then how the hell can you say your own name? Ochako argued back knowing this was idiotic. I know how it is said because it was written on my diapers. Then how the hell can you know it if you don't know how to read? Momo got enraged before seeing Inosuke freeze where he is and drop to the floor. Is he okay? Everyone panicked a bit before Tanjiro checked his breathing and pulse. He seems to be alive, he must have just passed out from the intensity. Tanjiro pointed this out for everyone to feel a little more at ease. Well, while he's doing that, I think it's fair that we try and put the people in the home to rest properly. Momo created a few things of cloth to wrap the bodies in and allow them to be brought out safely. It's the least we can do for them. Tanjiro smiled and nodded following her lead with everyone but Zenitsu agreeing to do so. As they did though, Ochako stopped to think about the situation as a whole. I wonder how Izuku's doing? I mean Midoriya. She stuttered in her mind as she went in to grab the bodies of who she could out. With Izuku sitting in the library of the Swordsmith village, Izuku continued his research to try and find whatever he could about the past that could help however he could. However, this proved to be far more complicated than he'd hoped. Looks like the only thing here that I can use is finding out that there was a human over 500 years ago that actually stood a chance against Muzan. Excuse me, are you still down here, sir? A member of the village asked for Izuku to get out of his chair and walk over. However, as he did, a pile of books came crashing down on him to hit him and bury his top half. Are you all right, Lord Midoriya? The member asked concerningly as Izuku popped his head up from the books, a bit bewildered. Yeah, just sat down too long. Chew. Is there anything I can do to help you? Yes. The chief would like you to offer more of your blood in order to finalize the swords they are making for you. Izuku understood this to nod before putting the books he took out back but noticed a small section be discovered he overlooked. Training dummies? Sir, are you ready? All right. Sorry about taking up your time. He kept something to hold his place so he can learn a bit more about what had been discovered. If this is something to learn from, I'll find out about it the best I can. Izuku POV. I arrived at the smith shop to see the chief in front of me alongside some things to take blood from me. It's good to see you again, Izuku. Care to tell me how you are feeling today? I sat down on the chair before smiling at the chief. I've been well so far. Is your research going well? I let out a bit of a sigh in disappointment to get the point across. I see. So there was nothing you could find to possibly help. I did actually find something slightly worthwhile. Something about a doll. It was made around 500 years ago. From what I could tell, the dolls were made with at least 8 arms in hopes to mirror the swordsman's movements. It's something worth looking into. I had the needle go into my arm for my blood to be pulled out thanks to it. If there's a doll that was made to mirror a specific swordsman, it must have been a powerful swordsman. Over 500 years ago. Do you know which era it was in? I tried to remember what I could about the era to answer. I believe it was sometime in the Sengoku era. From what I learned from history, something happened in the core during that time that increased their success rate. The original breathing styles that were prior were far inferior to what we use today. But there's one name that keeps making me question this. I thought of what I found before speaking it out loud. Sun breathing. That is a strange thing. I have not learned of anything called sun breathing before. Perhaps it is a style that was written down in another book. Perhaps prioritizing that specific era will help you learn of it. I'd also look at the Ubuyashiki's logs in that time if you wish to keep going. Also, I think the Rengoku family log of the 5th volume would help if my memory does serve right. I winced a bit as he said this. What's wrong? The 5th volume doesn't exist anymore. What? I only found this out from Rengoku when he was looking at the logs. He said he'd assist in learning alongside me by learning his family's past. But when he got to the 5th volume, it was ripped apart inside. I see. That's a shame. The Rengoku family had done such a great job up till now holding a log almost as great as the one we hold. Kyojuro even apologized for wasting my time, but I don't feel mad at him. He put forth the effort to help me and in short, I should be the one apologizing to him for not finding this out sooner. The needle was soon pulled out of me for my body's regenerative function to work. We almost done with the swords though? Yes. We are nearly there. I know it has been hard on you for not being able to help out and join the field after all this time, but you are without a doubt going to be proud of the time we spent. I know I will. And that is why I'm not against waiting a bit more. You always do amazing work, Chief. I bowed to him before getting up. I should leave you to your work. But it was a pleasant time talking to you. But of course, the same to you. I hope you the best of luck in your research. I walked out of his forge with my mind still stuck in a daze in what I should do. While this happened, I thought about the Sengoku era from what I've learned. From what I remember, Muzan Kibutsuji did not put in the 12 Kizuki until after this era. That means something had happened in this time that made him fear enough to make top-ranking members of the demons. Was it the original breathing styles they used, or was it just the level of skill this generation had that made him scared? I kept thinking about this before getting back into the lower levels to go back into the book I had. I opened it to the page and found it. The Talk of the Swordsman. During the Sengoku era, the Demon Slayer Corps was blessed with a skilled swordsman. He took the swordsmen in the group under his wing. As a result, he created techniques and skills in adjacent to theirs. However, there was something special about his. No matter who we spoke to about the styles they learned, the aspects were all different. We theorized that this was because this swordsman wanted to adjust it to the person so they could strengthen themselves. As a result of this, we decided to create dolls that resembled this swordsman's technique. Unfortunately, a 2-armed swordsman doll was insufficient and would be impossible to replicate all the movements. But upon trial and error, we've discovered that the answer was to attach another 6 arms to create an ultimate combat training doll. When the demon slayers trained with them, they discovered ways to become more powerful and defeat demons after destroying their practice dolls. I stopped reading to realize something. This lone swordsman created the breathing styles in different ways of his own. Due to the man being the source of our greatness, we decided to name the dolls after the swordsman. Yurichi. Closing the book, I ponder on the name. Yurichi. Maybe the name is in the log of the master's family? Considering I wanted to see if the Swordsmith village had something to learn first, I haven't touched the master's family logs to unlock the cage. As I did, I walked towards the area that seemed to hold the Sengoku era to pick up the 5 books in the time frame. As I started reading, I learned more and more about the man known as Yurichi. Yurichi Tsujikuni. The younger of 2 brothers had joined the Demon Slayer Corps on behalf of the Rengoku family. I feel pity for this man. He had lost his family to demons and seems to have nothing to continue on for anymore. However, his skills as a swordsman far exceeds any and all of our members. It may even rival masters of old. In exchange for aiding him in finding and defeating the demon Muzan Kibutsuji, he has agreed to train our demon slayers in becoming stronger. So the man's full name is Yoriichi Tsujikuni. I kept reading to realize everything in the books were praises for him and his accomplishments. The amount of pride he gave the core and the foundations even today are used. It was only until I reached a unique bit that I found something off. It seems Tsujikuni's power and skill do not come without a price. In our research, we have discovered some Demon Slayer core members have been blessed or cursed with an abnormal marking. From person to person, these are different. But the results of them are the same. The person is given immeasurable power, almost that of a demon's, pushing the body far beyond the natural limits of a human. None of us could believe this was even possible. However, it was only later that we realized something. These Demon Slayer marks, as we decided to call them, come with their own curse. Any who reach the age of 24 are doomed to find themselves to an early grave. Even those members who are older than this age will soon meet their end. Thanks to this price, we have had to bury many young members. It pains me to say, but this power is not one that we should use so whimsically. I turned the page to see some of the marks that had been similar. Some resembled flames, others what looked like an infection. Some seemed to resemble armor, and even some simple pinwheels. So a Demon Slayer mark gives you power that is extremely dangerous. As this happened, I felt my head ache before seeing something. I was inside of a dark area with a man in front of me holding an image of what Yoriichi was told to have. I didn't know much about this as he tried to speak to me. What merits this? What merits the death of innocent people such as these? There shouldn't be a reason why you should take a person's life. I panicked seeing this as he went to plunge his blade into my chest. I jumped out of my seat and fell on the ground panting while holding my chest where the blade was in the vision. What was that? Was that a dream? Immediately, I pulled my shirt up to see where the blade was to go and noticed there wasn't a scratch on me. Was that even my memory? I calmed down a bit while thinking about the situation before hearing someone coming down the stairwell. Izuku? Are you down here? I pulled myself up to poke my head out and see Shinobu. There you are. I was told you were here and I wished to see how you were doing. I've been well. I'm just doing a bit of research. Research? On what? I brought Shinobu over towards the desk where I was reading to explain what I was looking up. To make a long story short, I'm trying to see if there's anything in the history of the core that might give us some kind of edge on Muzan Kibutsuji. From my research, I've discovered a few things. I pulled out a blank piece of paper to write down what I discovered. During the time of the Sengoku period, the Demon Slayer core breathing styles became more adjusted thanks to the man Yoriichi Tsujikuni. He had his own way of fighting that outmatched even great swordsmen at the time. He agreed and altered his own breathing style in hopes to turn it into something others could use. Thanks to this, it's safe to assume and believe that these breathing styles were the stone, wind, water, fire and lightning breathing we know today. Since they are copies, this sun breathing as it's written down seems to be the root of the breathing styles. So sun breathing is the first breathing style and it was made by a man that joined the corps and adjusted our techniques to make them superior. Demon Slayers make new breathing styles to fit them while in training rather often. How is this new? It's new because this man made this before even joining the corps. In addition, his blade was more unique from what I had found out. When unsheathed, it's black, but when in combat, it turns bright red like it's the sun. Almost as if it's a hot coal that was turned to charcoal and then set back on fire. Or a piece of metal. What else did you find? I presented several marks that I found in the book to Shinobu. What are these? Tattoos? Yes and no. They're marks the Demon Slayers obtained through intense training to awaken. They are called Demon Slayer marks. Not a lot is known about them, but they're a powerful thing that gives Demon Slayers inhuman powers. It's also believed that this Tsujikuni man had powers similar to this but was unaffected by the backlash. What's the backlash? I was uneasy answering this before speaking. You lose a large chunk of your lifespan. On average, most don't live past 24 when they obtain the Demon Slayer mark. Those that obtain it after this age die shortly after. In short, you sacrifice your own life in order to become something so inhuman that you'd be able to be strong enough to last against several beings that aren't. And you think this is possible to take down Muzan Kibutsuji? Very. From what I can tell, before Tsujikuni was exiled from the Corps for his failure, he fought against Muzan Kibutsuji and almost won. From what he said, the bastard destroyed himself and tried to escape with the chunks of flesh he had. Most of them were destroyed, but not all. So Muzan Kibutsuji was that afraid of this man? It was also not long after this the 12 Kizuki were formed. This means whatever this demon slayer mark could give people, Muzan was afraid of it enough to try and make more demons as powerful as him in hopes to stop and end the demon slayer corps before they could reuse this skill again. Shinobu started to ponder this. This could work, but it's also a very large gamble if this would even work. Are you certain there's not a better option? Outside of this, I don't think there's a worthwhile one that we can use. The upper moons are not going anywhere so easily. That means we need to do something that can up the game. Our Hashira are strong, but we're at a disadvantage more with the upper moons than any. If we can find some chance to fix this and overthrow the natural aspect, we'd have Muzan forced to handle things himself and force him out in the open. Shinobu smiled thinking about this idea. So you're determined to look into this? If I'm going down one way or the other, I'm going to go down my own way, taking down as many problems to the core as possible. Shinobu understood this as she remembered what she came here for. I almost forgot to mention. The chief said that your sword is almost done, but he just needs a few final fittings for the grips. Fair enough. I shut everything I had and put it away before walking out with some of the swordsmiths running out towards me and Shinobu. Hashira, we need your help. What happened? I tried to get an answer for the swordsmiths to explain. There's sightings of demons at the edge of the forest. If something's not done, they'll find the village and attack it. Hearing this, both Shinobu and I nodded. Do you have 2 swords I can use for this? Yeah. One of the swordsmiths gave me 2 swords for me to bow and run with Shinobu. Those probably won't work that great for you since they're made with different materials you're not used to. Doesn't matter. The situation needs us to handle this demon fast before there becomes an even bigger problem. Fair point. The swordsmith village is compromised, everything is over. I glanced down at the blades while thinking of what the chief told me about my method and the corrosion it does. All it just takes is a few rounds and we can handle this. Just don't break apart until we're done. Third-person POV. Izuku and Shinobu ran out of the village into the direction that the smith told them the demons were spotted. The area was a dense forest with minimal ability to see far in the distance. This is going to be difficult if we can't see them. Izuku, can you use your blood demon art to find it? Izuku tried to sense it, but for some reason couldn't. I'm sorry, I can't sense a demon anywhere near here. Then did it leave the area dash? Shinobu stopped and attacked a monster that was going for Izuku with him turning immediately to see what looked like a giant fish with a pot on its back. The hell is this thing? Izuku questioned as the fish creature began getting up with Shinobu's attacks seeming to do nothing to it. Whatever it isn't a demon. Then let's just decapitate it before it causes more problems. Izuku went right for its head to have it sever before standing to the side of it. That should do it. However, Izuku's belief was incorrect as the fish monster got back on its feet as if it wasn't harmed in the slightest. What? It regenerated its head before going to devour Izuku. But just as he was, the young demon slayer jumped up to notice the abnormal pot sticking out of its head. If beheading won't work and it regenerates, then maybe the pot is the trick. He pulled his blades up before using a breathing technique. Cursed breathing, third form, heaven's black lightning. The sound of thunder came to the area before the fish monster finally stopped and broke apart. Seems this thing is some kind of blood demon art. Since it's not a demon, my powers can't do anything to it. Then maybe having the pot get damaged enough would work with my blade. Shinobu glanced at Izuku to see him looking at the blades. Are you alright? Yeah. I'm just worried about taking these guys on. The blades aren't made for you, so it might be a little more difficult for you to take on anyone. Just be careful when you have to use your breathing styles, right? Both of them went in 2 different ways for more ground to be covered. As this was happening, A rather abnormal being came out of a pot on a tree to smile. Well, this is quite intriguing. A Hashira whose own breathing techniques damage his own blades. My creative juices are just exploding at the seams trying to think of what I could do to make him suffer and become a masterpiece. After all, that is what makes life intriguing. As this happened, Izuku jumped from tree to hopefully get a better view in hopes to avoid being attacked. Since my blood demon art is useless here, I need to rely on my sight in order to avoid danger as well as my other senses. He shut his eyes and tried to focus on whatever he could in order to catch who he wanted to. As he did, he sensed something coming at him from the side to jump out of the way just in time. Ah, so you were able to avoid my attack. Not a shock considering you are a Hashira as well as Lord Muzan's child. Izuku turned to see the person to notice the abnormal creature in front of him. Are you the demon who caused the blood demon art? Why yes. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gyaku and I am an artist. Artist? Izuku questioned with Gyaku smiling happily. Why yes. You see, the world of art is so full of fools that don't understand the true beauty even human life would be. As such, it's a shame to think we as artists limit ourselves with morals and such. The very peak of creativity are those that push the very boundary of art and give it shape. As such, I'd like you to see one of my very few continual working masterpieces. A jar came out from the ground for a massive ink blot to come from it. When it revealed the inside, Izuku was horrified seeing several Hashira of the past trapped and combined together. A similar theme to them, however, was there was a piece of their body that stood out with their Nicorine sword pushed into that said body part. I call this Feast of the Sublime. Each one is a Hashira that has been given the unfortunate luck of facing me. As such, these demon slayers were given the privilege of becoming part of my masterpiece. Take note of the Nicorine blades. The symbol of a demon slayer used to carve into their most defined act that was added. The rage or despair that those faces that are present hold to realize their own weakness to me. Each demon slayer's was also a sound to behold as their final moments in life was filled with agonizing torment and despair. That's enough. Izuku shouted out while looking severely disgusted and angered. If you wanted to show me this to piss me off, well, congratulations. You did just that. Art is something people should enjoy watching, but if it's at the sake of someone else's pain, how dare you call such a disgusting thing art? Hearing this be said about his art, Gyaku looked like he was about to burst a vein. My art? Disgusting? How dare you say such a thing, you little brat? I'll have you meet your end by me. He pulled out a pot and aimed it at Izuku to send out what looked like a massive pressurized shot of water. Izuku held his ground and pulled out his Nicorine swords to destroy the attack, but add a few chips in his blades he was using. I can't pull off more than one more attack. If I do, then they'll probably break. Gyaku began attacking Izuku with no hesitation as some pots came out of the ground to attack him with needles. He avoided them while using the sheath of the blades as a makeshift defense tool. Haha, you can run and you can dodge all you want, but I know for a fact that it's all just going to be a wasted effort on your end. Octopus vase. Gyaku sent several octopus tentacles wider than Izuku's size to make him jump away but get caught soon enough by them. Haha, can't you tell now that my art is truly the peak of beauty and superiority? There's nothing you can do to defeat me, so just wallow in the shame you have, little demon slayer, while I end you and use your body in my own peace. Damn it. I underestimated him. I'm gonna have to use a breathing style to get out. Izuku pulled the swords out to slice up the tentacles and run as fast as he could towards the demon. This is going to be a matter of speed and endurance. What'll break first? My blades or your neck? Cursed breathing, 7th form, God's judgment. Izuku's blades came right at Gyaku's neck for him to barely notice them. He's fast. I need to flee. Izuku's blades go right into his neck and reach halfway through with Gyaku panicking more. I can't move fast enough. He's going to behead me. But as he was about to cut the head completely off, Izuku's blades snapped and the force of the technique sent him flying back. What? He glanced down at his blades to see them completely broken to grit his teeth. Of all the times to break on me, they had to choose now? Haha. It seems your blades weren't up to your standards enough. Oh, I honestly thought you had me there, but it turns out you fell short at the last minute. Ha 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 ha. Gyako kept laughing as he sent several water shots to Izuku to force him to jump away a distance. To think I was so scared at that moment. Utterly disgraceful, but it was all for no reason. Now prepare to die. Several fish came shooting needles at Izuku for him to jump back and try to dodge. However, a few made their way into his leg. Izuku pulled them out when he landed to feel an odd numbing sensation in his body. They're poisonous? Precisely. Those are poisonous needles that'll numb your body from the inside out. Right now, the poison is going through your veins and will work its way through your body. I don't even have to lift a finger as the toxin inside you will do my job for me. Haha. But I'll make certain you at least die with a little dignity. Gyako sent multiple shots of water at Izuku to send him flying back. He held a few holes in his body for blood to start leaking out of his body. Damn it. I overestimated the swords and the ability to handle my blood demon art. Izuku got up and tried to continue to fight with several fish monsters to come around him. They attacked with no hesitation with Gyako laughing hysterically at the situation happening around him. Haha. It's adorable to think that you're trying to fight this. Izuku kept dodging while trying to regenerate as best he could. However, his methods of fighting now were near impossible as he kept moving and hoping Shinobu might be not that far away. I need to warn Shinobu somehow. But I can't even get room to breathe or even stop the bleeding. Izuku kept jumping from tree to tree before Gyako shot at a branch he was going to, breaking it in the process. I guess I'm not as skilled with maneuvering as Shinobu is. Haha, now that's quite comical that you thought you could end me. To be honest though, I was a bit concerned there for a moment that you actually could. But now you're no different than a mere human trying to fight against a demon. It's actually somewhat surprising to me that you were able to shock me to the state that you did. Izuku thought to himself the situation that he was in as he held his body in pain from his situation as a whole. This is bad. Considering the fact that I screwed up here and let myself get injured is one thing. But now I can't do anything in the moment. What am I gonna do? You're thinking of what your next move is, aren't you? Gyako asked with it being not much of a shock to Izuku. To be honest, you'll probably die with no help at this point in time. Just think about it, you'll be used in my greatest piece of art. A corpse crucified on a pentagram to indicate your demonic heritage. Such a splendid and stupendous thing to use for your corpse. My creative juices are just thinking of all the beautiful things I could use for your dead body. Every creative pore of mine is screaming to make you my masterpiece. I just can't wait any longer. Gyako walked closer towards Izuku for him to worry about this possibly being the end of his own life. As such, Izuku tried to think of the best route he could do in order to make a last stand. But before he could, he heard someone shout to him. Hashira. He heard this to see two twinkles come that turned into twin blades looking demonic in nature. Izuku saw the blades and moved towards them to pull them up. As he did, he noticed a swordsmith on a tree panting for air as he struggled to bring the weapons towards him. Those are made by the chief. He said that they were made specifically for you. As such, they are a masterpiece you cannot and will never be able to remake ever again. Do not break them. Izuku looked at the blades with marvel as he held them and felt as if they were born for him. These blades. They're almost as if they were the first blade I've ever obtained. They feel so natural to me. You fool. You think you'll win by just taking a few blades? You'll just take those and destroy them. Gyako attacked Izuku for several fish to come at him for Izuku to breathe in and out before slicing the fish with little to no effort before sending the fish to the side with his slashes. These blades. They feel so natural. Almost as if they're born for me and me alone. Izuku held the blades in some calmness as Gyako still glared at him. Chief, thank you for this gift. With it, I'll be more than willing to use it and show you the greatness that I can be. Why you little? Gyako attacked Izuku with the fish shooting needles at Izuku for him to send 2 slashes at them to destroy the fish with no fear whatsoever. What the hell? Izuku stood calmly while glaring at Gyako. It's funny to think you had the upper hand. But in the end, I've now got a sword made for me. That means, you're going to be the one to lose. With little hesitation, Izuku charged towards Gyako and had his blade directly at his neck. Sai forced him to evade into his pot and go into a tree nearby. Too slow. Izuku went after the pot to make the upper rank realize the difference in Izuku's level now to fall back once more. This time, he went a distance and tried to bring out more demon fish to stall for time before trying a new pot to take down Izuku. Octopus pot? With no trouble, Izuku sliced through both the fish and the octopus tentacles to make Gyako panic more now. Then take this. Water prison pot. Izuku found himself inside of a cage of water with Gyako thinking he's won. Ha! I finally have you dash. This lasted all but a few seconds as Izuku sliced the cage away with his blades. What is this kid moving on right now? Gyako? The sound of Muzan's voice was heard by both Izuku and the upper rank for them to slow down and listen. Return at once. Your fight isn't going to end well as it is now. Weiss, my lord. Gyako had a sliding curtain come behind him to enter in it with Izuku trying to stop him. Don't you dare walk away from me. He went right towards the door with a set of black flames and black ice pushing him back. Looking up at the source, Izuku realized it was his brother and sister defending the upper moon. Speaking on impulse, he shouted at his siblings and declared something to them. I swear. I'm gonna stop you too. Just hang on a little longer please. I promise I won't let your suffering keep going. Just please don't give up. The door shut with the entrance to the dimension the demon left through being entirely gone. Gripping his fist in rage, Izuku breathed in deeply before walking back towards the swordsmith. I swear, I'll stop the suffering you're in. Tsubasa. Izumi. I won't let your good names be reduced to that man's plaything anymore. Izuku POV. After stopping Gyako, Shinobu felt the presence I was giving off to immediately rush towards me. When she arrived, I explained the situation with her thinking it'd be wise to talk with the chief and explain the status to him. I see. So it was an upper rank. This is most troubling. Do you think that the village is compromised? It's hard to say for certain, but I would recommend we look into possibly changing the location of the village just as a safety measure. I agree with Shinobu. It might be best if we find a new location as soon as we can. The chief didn't enjoy this idea. To be frank, I didn't either. This hasn't happened in the history of the village. This place has long-lasting roots. For the longest time, our village has worked diligently in these homes we have made. To pack up and leave is next to impossible. But sir, if you stay here, there's a good chance that you'll all die. I tried to reason with the chief for him to give his logic. I am aware of that. However, this is the heart of all those in the village. We do not wish to leave our homes. This is more than just a place we live and work. This is a part of us and we cannot leave behind. Our ancestors have held this place and poured their blood, sweat and tears into every single blade we pull out of this village. To leave it for our own protection would be an insult to everything that they have stood for. Even if that means you'll die. I was enraged with this comment for the chief to see it. You of the Demon Slayer Corps fight and risk your lives with our blades. I knew one day we may be found just like the chiefs before me. It's a sad truth we must accept, but allow us the swordsmiths to put our lives on the line just like you put yours on the line for the people. That is all I'm asking for. I couldn't believe what he was saying. He was ready to die, but realized the eyes he held under his mask. He was prepared to die for what he thought was right and had no regrets. I see, but please, have a countermeasure for in case something happens so you and several of your villagers can leave in case something happens. I can do that for the young ones. But the adults, I can certainly speak for everyone in saying that will not be able to happen. The adults are all willing to die for our cause just as much as I am. So please do not take this personally. I know you wish to help people, but some of us are willing to die by our own decisions. We won't go down fighting, but we are prepared to die if the situation calls for it. Sai understood. I apologize if I was rude to you. I bowed my head to her with the chief seeming to not have an issue. Not at all. You're afraid of the well-being of myself and the village like any good person. It's not your fault this is happening. Things have just reached the head. I was uneasy with this as the chief looked at some of the others in the room to speak up. Take the important information on the Demon Slayer Corps and ask for it to be moved to the Master's home for the time being. When we have a new spot to put it, we will have it placed there. Yes, sir. The people walked off with the chief looking back at Shinobu and I thank you for all you've done thus far once more. If there is anything left that I can do to help you, Just say it and I will be happy to help. Actually, I think I'm good on my end now. Thank you for all you've done and I apologize for any trouble I may have put you through thanks to my lengthened stay. As am I. I think it's about time we head back on duty if I am going to be honest. Shinobu smiled for the chief to understand. Very well. I shall have an escort help you both leave the village. Yes, sir. We gave a final bow before leaving to see two Kokoshibo standing in front of us. We will assist in helping you all leave. We both nodded with the one helping me giving me something to knock me out like last time. I really hate the fact I have to be sent unconscious for all this. Few days later at the Ubuyashiki home. Arriving at the master's home, we were greeted by him and his wife sitting calmly and smiling at us. It brings me great joy knowing that you are back, Izuku. I hope that your time at the village was worthwhile. It was master. I bowed at him with Shinobu joining. However, I am not yet fully used to the blades I have. If it isn't too much trouble, I would like to go on an assignment to test my blades before something more along the lines of what I should give as a way to make up for my extended leave. Very well. There was a mission I was going to send Gyomii and Shinobu on, but adding you might assist. I'm sure you remember your hometown, right? I was uneasy when I heard this. Yes. What about it? A few years after you had left, there was an incident where the town as a whole had some form of an incident where the members of the town disappeared. Their whereabouts are unknown even now. However, there is talk of the town being filled with monsters when the sun goes down. In total, we believe there is at least 500 demons there. Your jobs will be to take out all these demons. I felt a lump in my throat hearing this. The town that branded me as a monster was now a town of them. If you wish for a different mission, I can dash. No, sir. I want to see this mission through. I want to see the monsters who looked at me as a demon again. For some reason I felt a smile creep up and look at the master. I want to see them as the monsters they are inwardly and outwardly and have satisfaction showing them the monster they let get away as they called my family. Later that afternoon, looking at the village once more, I noticed it was a ghost town with parts of the buildings broken. Is this the place? Gyomii asked for me to nod. I walked right into the village with everything in tatters. Coming at the fountain, I saw a vision of my siblings and I that day. The pain of the simple kindness they showed me still hurts so much. I then looked over to see broken pieces of wood that was burned that night. I'm home. I walked to the wood and rustled through it. Inside the dirt, I was able to find 2 skulls. Izuku, I do not know what has happened to you, but would you be so kind to explain to me what had happened here? Gyomii asked with Shinobu walking over and bowing her head to the remnants of my family. I apologize, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. If only I had arrived with my sister half a day sooner, perhaps all of this could have been avoided. Your lives would have been spared and your children. I noticed Shinobu bite her lip in frustration before trying to calm her down. It's been about a decade coming. Does your family have some kind of burial ground for themselves? Yes. It's by our old home. I stood up and looked at Gyomii. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you please say a few arias as a way to help give their bodies a proper rest? 2 innocent souls that were refused the ability to rest? If I were to not, it would be a shame. Gyomii started to cry a bit as I carried Mom and Dad's remains that I could get out from the ground and to our home's family shrine. I placed the bones in bags and put them in front of our shrine. There, Gyomii began chanting with a prayer with Shinobu and I giving our own prayers as a form of honoring. Once we finished, I walked into the small damaged home that was once mine and my family's. It looked ransacked as I remembered how my family would come home. Hey, Izuku. You want to help me clean the dishes? Don't make Izuku do your chores cause you're lazy, Izumi. Shut it, Tsubasa. The images of my siblings bickering came to me while I was helping my sister with her chores and Tsubasa nagging us about it. The sink turned to an old rusted one after seeing the memory, however. I went over to our living room area where I saw my mother sewing a tear shut on my clothes. It should be fixed soon. Try not to be so aggressive when you play outside next time though. Her smile on her face showed she wasn't mad but wanted me to take care of my things better before the image turned to the sofa in tatters. Looking to the outside, I saw my dad working on the crops in the garden to turn towards me and smile. Hey, Izuku. You mind getting me my good pair of trimmers? He smiled at me while sweating with a younger me happy to help how I can. That image soon showed an overgrown area full of weeds. I soon started walking up to where we went to sleep and saw my old room. In it, I saw an old rabbit I held as a kid when I went to sleep. Here you go, Izuku. Yume was waiting for you and is ready for bedtime. I would hug the small green rabbit that was big enough to fit in my arms when I was young. Soon the image turned to the dirt-covered rabbit that was able to fit in my hands again. I couldn't help but put my head on it and cry seeing my home the way it is. My tears soaked Yume as I heard someone come towards the room. I take it this was your room? Shinobu asked as I looked up to see her and BGMI enter. All of us were just trying to pass on our lives like anyone else. We weren't even that wealthy and worked to the bone just to do what we had to for means to survive. We never wanted to hurt anyone. If I didn't do what I did that night, everyone's lives would just turn like it normally would. Tsubasa would have problems talking with girls but still get on Izumi's case for lazing around so much. Izumi would pick on him while learning different things. Mom would be able to keep the house the way we all loved it and keep us all in line. Dad would work hard as a farmer and sell what we had extra for more cash. I couldn't help but keep crying as I said this. I don't understand why things had to go so badly. We never did anything to deserve this. I noticed BGMI cry as he spoke up. I apologize for making you out to be a monster. Your family truly did nothing wrong, but was unjustly punished. You did nothing wrong and are suffering now thinking of how you could have done better. My heart truly aches for you, Izuku Midoriya. This is a life nobody asks for, but there is nothing we can do to say otherwise. Shinobu walked over and hugged me from behind with tears coming down her own face as well. It hurts, Izuku. I know it does, and no matter what, I can never make that pain go away fully. But know this. None of what the world you see now is your fault alone. Your actions may have had a part, but you aren't at fault. I couldn't feel more hurt hearing these words. Even though Shinobu is saying it isn't, how could it not be my fault? It was my dumb desires that brought me into town. It was my fault for tripping the guy. It was also my fault for hesitating when Dad told me to run. Nothing I think or do can make this any less my fault. I was about to say something else, but I sensed several demons coming our way. I stood up and wiped my tears while putting Yume in my pocket. Still have a job to do. I walked out of the room and outside to see several demons in front of me. Losing my sorrows, I glared at them in rage while pulling my blades out. I'm only going to say this once. I'm going to end every last one of you monsters here. Consider this my act of atonement. Kill him. Several demons came at me from my blades to cut right through their heads. While this happened, BGMI and Shinobu joined me to start ending off every demon in our sight. Though we were skilled, several began outnumbering us to push us back a bit. Izuku, try a breathing style that can help us get some footing, Shinobu asked while reloading her sword for poison and stabbing several demons to paralyze them. Cursed breathing dash. Kill the demon slayer. The sound of the voice that said this made me freeze for a moment. When I did, I remembered a voice from the past to shake hearing. Kill the demon. Seeing the person, I realized it was the former mayor of the town as several demons came towards me. They pinned me down with several more trying to. As I saw their faces, I saw the faces of not the demons, but the humans that chased after me. I felt my heart race faster and faster while this happened before the demons were sent away by BGMI's weapon. I understand your unease right now, Izuku. But you must fight. I glanced at the demons and remembered that night. The night I was hunted down and shot at like a rabid animal. I was unable to breathe right as their faces showed their hatred for me and their desire to want me dead. I was frozen, unable to move as these monsters came back at me. Izuku! I could barely hear Shinobu as they tried to surround us. During this, I did the only thing that came to my mind at the time. I ran. I ran as fast as I could away from the area with several demons chasing after me. Kill the demon slayer. Take his head. Eat his flesh. I was hyperventilating as my mind just kept telling me to run. I ran as fast as I could while on top of a cliff. When I reached the ledge, I stopped and looked back. I couldn't react right as the sound of demons crept closer and closer during this. My feet began sliding and forced me to slide off the ledge. I I found myself falling in a similar fashion to how I did all those years ago. Once I hit the ground, the impact felt almost as painful as the one when I was still a child. With it, I looked up at the sky shaking. God, why can't I stand against them? Why am I afraid to face this? I hate myself for running, but what can I do that's better? Please, God, tell me what I did to deserve to be a coward? Did all my training mean nothing in the end? Asking God for these answers will never get you anywhere. I heard footsteps to immediately get on my feet and turn to the source. When I did, I was in shock as something I didn't plan to see tonight came to greet me. A demon dressed in old Japanese samurai attire wielding a katana. But the most unique thing about him was an odd marking on his face and several eyes, with two in particular telling me who he was. Upper 1. Third-person POV. I don't believe it. Izuku shook in fear as he noticed the demon was the most powerful underling in Muzan Kibutsuji's corner. His body was not functioning for him, with the demon walking closer towards him. It has been a while since I've been asked to face with a Hashira. You're also so young. It's unique to see that. His footsteps echoed in Izuku's ears as his heart kept pounding louder and louder. Come on. Stop shaking. Move, damn it. Izuku kept screaming at his body to respond, with it not doing anything. However, something he saw came to his realization how powerful this demon in particular was. Help me. Izuku looked at the demon with his blood demon art activated to see hundreds of thousands if not millions of souls shouting out in anger and grief. Somebody help me. I have a family. Mommy. Mommy, save me. Brother. Seeing all these souls in anguish and despair, Izuku's body finally reacted. His stomach churned and sent what he had in it out to vomit on the ground from the sheer level of malice and grief he felt. Seems what I was informed about in regards to you is correct. You have a blood demon art just like any demon, yet you still hold bits of your own humanity inside you. Hard to believe you are his son. Come on, Izuku. Do something. If you don't act now, you're dead. The fact you aren't yet is a miracle in itself. The demon came virtually face to face with Izuku until he finally stopped and knelt down to his kneeling eye level. I am not here to end you. I am simply here to give a message to you from your father. A message? From Muzan Kibutsuji? The demon remained stoic as he said the message. I'm certain you are wondering why I had chosen to turn your half-siblings into demons. To make matters simple, it was a plea from your adopted father, who was still alive at the time I came to the village. They were turned into a demon on a wish? When I had arrived, the humans who were chasing after you had already set fire to your little family. Your mother died first, with Tsubasa and Izumi on the verge of it as well. Izuku Midoriya was the strongest out of all of them and knew who I was. He pleaded with me that he wanted his children to survive. His final words were as followed. I don't care what happens to me. Save my children. Save them and don't let them die for his own mistakes. And as such, I agreed to his request. The only way I could save them at that point, however, was for them to become demons. As such, they lost almost all their memories of humanity. Izuku was dumbfounded at this. His father asked for his siblings to be saved by Muzan and virtually caused them to become the monsters they are now. He turned them into demons on dads. Unfortunately, they needed human flesh to become strong enough to recover what had happened to their bodies. As such, they were set free on the people that were hunting you. The demon put his hand out and held Izuku's head. As he did, visions came into his mind of that night so many years ago. Flashback over 10 years ago. Damn it. Where's the brat? Several villagers had came into the forest looking for Izuku. However, they were unaware that prior to them coming to where he fell, he was already long gone with Shinobu and Kane. Spread out and look for him. He couldn't have gone that far. The mayor of the town spoke up for all of the villagers to start spreading out. As they split into groups, Muzan watched from above on a tree limb with Tsubasa and Izumi in the forest. And so, another tragedy is to come. One set of villagers noticed rustling in a bush. As such, they began shooting at it with the guns they held. They didn't hear anything after this to slowly approach it. As a villager was about to open the bush to see inside, Izumi came out of it and bit through the man's face. Ah! He fell to the ground with Izumi continuing to feast on the man. Kill it. Several villagers shot into Izumi with her having several bullets impale into her. However, she didn't feel pain from it as she glanced up at the shooters and walked slowly towards them. This isn't working. IT has to be doing something. Several of the villagers ran out of ammo in their guns with Izumi giving a sickening smile before charging for them. Ah! It's got me. With little hesitation at all, Izumi began ripping the limbs off of the villagers and leaving them with their bodies bleeding out before going to the next and the next. All the while, she was smiling at the axe done with blood splattering across her face. On the other side of the forest, Tsubasa walked towards another group with them shooting at him as well. Instead of taking them, however, the newly made demon pulled a down tree and threw it at the men shooting, crushing their bodies in the process. It's a monster! Several people began to run with Tsubasa covering the area in a large circle of fire, trapping the people inside it. Turning back to the horror of the demon they were facing, the villagers began trying to find whatever means to have their lives spared, pleading for Tsubasa to spare them. Sadly, these fell on deaf ears as Tsubasa took unkind pleasure in crushing the limbs off each of the villagers until they were nothing but torsos and feasting on their limbs in front of them. Hearing all the screams, the mayor of the town began running as fast as he could towards the village. Somebody, anybody, he lost his way in the night as he slipped and lost his light in the process. Come on, where are you? He kept searching the ground as he couldn't tell anything in the snow that was on the ground. When he found it, the mayor turned it on with laughter being heard from the forest. Oh, how the mighty hunter has now become the hunted. Who's there? He moved to see around the forest to be met with just the trees as the laughing man kept going. What's wrong? You came here to hunt a demon. Well, you have 3 in this forest to find. The laugh kept getting closer and closer until it finally stopped. Thinking the man was gone, the mayor turned towards the village to be face to face with Muzan Kibutsuji. He fell back and into the snow as the moonlight shined on Muzan, who held a superior smile. Who are you? The man who fathered the boy you were searching for. Tell me, did you find satisfaction hunting him? Did you enjoy ending his mother and her family? Please spare me. The mayor kept trying to crawl backwards with Muzan moving closer and closer towards him. In a desperate attempt to stop Muzan, the mayor pulled out a small gun he had and began trying to shoot at him. The bullets went directly through Muzan for his body to regenerate almost instantly with no trouble. Once the gun finally jammed from rapid use, Izumi was seen behind the mayor to rip the arm holding the gun off. I'll let you in on a little secret. You're not even worth me ending. Humans such as yourself are so beneath me they're better off as insects. However, there is promise that I can have using you. Behind him, the mayor noticed several of the villagers with demonic eyes and fangs walking towards him. The amount of blood I've given them would end most humans in a single shot. These handful are the exceptions and will be useful members of my numbers. I don't understand. Please let me go. Muzan knelt down to be eye to eye with the mayor before sticking his finger into his forehead and impaling his brain in the process. Now let's see how capable you are with this much of my blood coursing through your veins. A sickening smile came to Muzan's face with the mayor's veins bulging out of his skin. Back to present. The upper moon pulled his hand off Izuku for him to be in complete shock. Thanks to what he was shown, the mental images of the people who hunted him were now turned into that of fearful humans. His mind was torn. He knew that they were the ones that harmed him in the past, as well as the fact he was taught life in general was something to respect and cherish. But deep down, he felt a self-sickening sense of satisfaction seeing it. Do you understand now, halfling? You survived that day thanks to my lord. All the strife you are feeling now is because of the evil of humanity. You are fighting for the ones who will hate, ridicule, and torment you until the life you have is taken. Become part of our group willingly and you will become near perfect where the humans shall bow to you. Izuku struggled to get up with his hands shaking. In hopes to push himself forward, he grabbed his blades and pulled them out to attack at the upper moon. However, this was blocked by his own sword. This sword, indeed, it is a sword made by the Demon Slayer Corps. I was once a fool like you and believed I was making a difference. But I soon realized how wrong I was when shown the dark truth. We were still human. That meant we had limits. In little to no effort, The demon swatted Izuku away to be in shock before no longer seeing the demon where he was. Where did he dash? Feeling an undeniable presence of death behind him, Izuku held his swords up to block a downward strike with the demon only holding his blade with one hand. It's like I'm facing a mountain right now. This is worse than a mountain. The force the demon was giving made Izuku adjust his movement for the sword's downward strike to go beside him and cause a massive slash on not only the ground but all the way back for as far as Izuku could see. This is the power of a demon. A demon that can ascend past the natural limits of any human ever in existence. With little options, Izuku tried his best to use his speed and knowledge of the area to his advantage. He jumped from tree to tree in an attempt to have the demon lose sight of him. When he was directly behind, Izuku came charging out with his blades pointed at the demon. Cursed breathing, third form, heaven's black lightning. He struck down with immense speed that has never been countered before. The roar of thunder came with Izuku certain this did something. However, when he looked at the demon, he noticed that his sword was blocking his strike. How? Eyes began to move on the sword's side to look at Izuku before being tossed back by sheer force. As I said before, you're limited as a human. There's little that you can do against me. The demon quickly closed the gap between him and Izuku to attack and send Izuku flying back into the area he ran from. The crater he made pulled Gyome and Shinobu to focus on him. Izuku! What was that? Gyome turned to see an upper rank walking towards them. An upper rank? Here of all places? He pulled his weapons out prepared to attack with the demon ignoring him and looking directly at Izuku. Is this how you wish to handle your problems? Running and hiding from them behind other humans? You're a coward as both a demon and a human. The fact that you are so important to Lord Muzan is almost insulting in and of itself. The demon pulled his blade back while remaining neutral in his look. Moon breathing, first form. In a single slash downwards, several crescent slashes came towards the Hashira with there being next to no time for them to react. Dark Moon, Evening Palace. The impact of the slashes created a large shockwave that pushed the several hundred demons back that were around. As the dust cleared, however, the demons seemed to be slightly surprised. To think you were able to protect the demon slayers from my attack was impressive. The dust finally settled with Izuku shown in front of everyone with several slashes across his body to prove he didn't soused as well as one would hope. Izuku, you're hurt. Allow me to handle this demon, my comrade. He is dashed. I need to handle him myself. Izuku spoke out against Gyomi's offer with his own self-rage filling him. For the longest time, I felt as if it was my fault for everything that's happened. Even now, I can't feel as if I wasn't born. This town would have never had any chance of becoming this type of hell. My family would still be living in that small house carelessly and happily worshipping our God. And those that were harmed by my siblings. He clenched his fists in anger as he shouted in anger. I can't stand the fact that all this pain was caused, but I'll be damned if I let it all happen without trying to stop this cycle of pain. He charged forth towards the demon with him blocking it without any fail. However, Izuku adjusted himself in the forward momentum to turn and move over his sword to aim right at the demon's head. This failed unfortunately with the demon avoiding and going for Izuku's leg in the process. You think you're strong just because you have an ability to move outside of my weak blocks. Pathetic. Izuku saw this to try and block with the force, sending him back into the ground. This didn't deter him, however, as he went towards the demon with no hesitation. He slashed at the demon repeatedly with the blades being blocked from upper one. Come on. I need to be faster. Izuku altered his movements with what he knew of other breathing techniques. Iguro would have found a way through his defenses by now. I need to be smooth and fluid like him. But I also need to be fast and agile like Mitsuri. Faster? Izuku pulled back and moved in a similar fashion to how Iguro would around the upper moon's attacks. Faster, he avoided attacks from the demon to get close as he pulled his blades back to attack. Faster! The upper rank pulled away as he was near Beheading to notice something off with Izuku's body. It appears you've succeeded in awakening the demon slayer mark. Izuku didn't care of the comment as his priority was one thing and one thing only. The destruction of the demon. I don't care what you have to say. All I care about is defeating you and proving I'm nothing like that bastard you serve. As he said this, Izuku's chest began to burn strong as a mark started showing signs of appearing on his chest. Hear me now, demon. My name is Izuku Midoriya, the son of Muzan Kibutsuji, and the man that will be his undoing. I refuse to lose to anyone beneath that man. Prepare to die. Such immense strength for both this demon and Izuku. BGMI was shocked as he wielded his hatchet and sliced a demon's neck before crushing another's. This strength is not natural to Izuku. Something is different about this. Shinobu poisoned 5 more demons before pulling back and reloading to strike a 6th in the eye and send the toxin in her sword to its brain. This is more demonic than human. This bypasses all of his natural limits. They were already on the cusp of surpassing ours if given more age and time. Izuku thrusted his blades into the upper rank's body temporarily while mimicking Shinobu's form to have the demon's joints temporarily weaken and break its bones. This forced it to prioritize healing and produce an opening. At this point, Izuku charged right in for the demon's neck with him prepared with an opening to Izuku's own neck to be seen. This is the end for you. Izuku shouted this in rage as the demon stood his ground and went for his own strike. The two were mere millimeters from the other's neck with the feel of their steel on their neck hairs. But before a final blow could be dealt, a sliding door came below both of them to plunge them into it. Izuku! Shinobu ran to see what was happening with him falling into what looked like a completely different dimension. The door shut and disappeared shortly after this with the insect Hashira in shock. Do not falter now, Shinobu. We still have a job to do. Giome held his chains while making a prayer for Izuku. Knowing that boy, he will refuse to die so easily. He was taught by a well-respected woman and had suffered more hardship and responsibility than any of us ever could. Understanding this wasn't the time to get sentimental, Shinobu calmed herself before taking on the near-endless horde they were dealing with. You're right. Now isn't the time to feel pity or concern. Let's settle this quickly. Izuku, I know you won't die so easily. So please just hold on until we finish here. With Izuku found himself continuing to fall with no end in sight for where to land. Rooms and platforms were changing to send him down further. But as he was going to stand on a different platform, gravity seemed to change where he would fall to go towards his left. This place is like some kind of funhouse but with nobody laughing or enjoying themselves. He finally was given the ability to stand on a platform to see he's in an area that was exactly like his dream before. So you are my son. Izuku heard these words to look for where they were coming from. It's understanding that we'd finally meet face to face after all this time. The sound came from above him to look up and see Muzan working on some form of experiment with test tubes. Muzan Kibutsuji. Izuku readied his blades with Muzan not even caring to stare at him. I did not bring you here to fight. I had brought you here to discuss a trivial matter that is pestering me for the longest time. Hilarious to think the ruler of all demons would want to talk things out. If it was so simple as that, wouldn't you have spoken to the core thousands of years ago? Izuku didn't believe all Muzan wanted was a word to call him out on this. Tell me something. Why is it that you, a boy who holds more blood of mine inside you than the lower moons and almost as much as the upper ranks, is able to withstand the sun? He placed a beaker on the table before grabbing a small vial with blood in it. I have tested your own blood to see if I can find an answer. However, I am unable to determine what makes you so special compared to the rest of us. And upon the point of absorbing your own cells, they seem to have damaged my own. He looked at Izuku with a genuine curiosity as the two stared above at one another from their perspective. What is it that you are that makes you so dangerous for me to absorb and yet able to surpass the only thing that I have yet to? You think I'd know or give a damn? I'd rather see you lose your head right now than anything. Izuku jumped up towards Muzan for the force of the gravity to alter and send him to the right side. This area is my own personal domain. The Infinity Castle. Laws of the world do not apply here. Do not think using normal world logic will make you succeed. This domain is only won by my own knowledge and skill that has been mastered through thousands of years of my research and dedication for the hopes to become the perfect being. You're merely a pawn brought inside this domain and can be swatted away at the drop of a hat. Muzan proved his point by swinging the platform Izuku was on around several other rooms with him jumping off it before getting crushed by an incoming platform. This place has to have some kind of logic to it. Even if what he says is right, that doesn't mean this place is outside of any and all realm of logic. Izuku jumped from platform to finally return to where Muzan was for him to ignore Izuku entirely once more. You're nothing but an insect in my domain. Consider the fact you did not die yet a blessing. Oh my. I apologize for coming here when you're entertaining Master Muzan. Izuku heard a new voice to look at the sight to see another upper rank. However, the sight of the number on his eyeballs sent him into a state of sheer and uncontrollable rage. So you're the demon slayer that put Kokushibo in a dangerous situation of almost losing. You're quite a unique person. Muzan kept focus on what he was doing as he spoke to the upper rank. Doma, what do you want? I have yet to summon you. I came because I've recently discovered some information on the blue spider lily. You said that the whole ordeal with your son was a bust, so I figured dash. You bastard. Izuku cut Doma off by jumping directly at him to force the upper rank to dodge. I'll make you pay for what you did to my master. He kept attacking with blind rage as his instincts kept him focused solely on beheading Doma. Your master? Doma questioned this as he continued to dodge. As he noticed the butterfly grip pieces on Izuku's blades, he started to get a hint before jumping on another platform. Oh yeah, I did end a Hashira with a butterfly hairpiece. What was her name? He kept pondering this before snapping his fingers in realization. Kene Kocho. She was a weird one if anything. Spouting things like demons and humans could get along if we understood them better. Could you believe how dumb she was? Doma laughed at this with veins bulging on Izuku's head more. I'll end you for disrespecting my master for what she's done for me. He kept charging at Doma with him jumping away and recalling the night they crossed paths. Come to think of it, she was a tough one. Doma jumped away with hardly giving Izuku any care whatsoever. To be honest, I missed out on devouring such a beautiful woman and bringing her into becoming part of a religion worshipping a true god. If the sun wasn't almost up, I'd have had fun enjoying her taste. He chuckled to himself with Izuku's rage now making his mouth bleed from how tightly he was clenching his teeth. What right do you have, you filthy bastard? In his sheer anger, he completely shattered a platform and increased his speed to now match Doma's. How many people's lives did you destroy? How many people have you taken loved ones from? Do you even have a shred of care for those that you've hurt? Is there even any humanity that existed within you to feel any remorse for what you've done? Doma pulled away and thought to himself. Humanity? Well, I don't think I really had much of that when I was a human. I guess the easiest way to say this is, what's the point of having humanity if the ones around you are willing to die just for your decree? If there was any sanity left in Izuku's mind to keep him from doing anything dangerous anymore, this was the final straw. I'll end you. In sheer anger, Izuku charged for Doma with Muzan finally having enough of this. Cease your pathetic squabbles. He forced gravity on Izuku to be altered to send him away from Doma. I won't let Lady Kane's good memory be insulted by you living another minute on this plane of existence any longer. In the act of rage, something in Izuku had forced his power to alter and adjust the gravity on him to go directly towards Doma. What? Master Muzan? What's happening? Muzan saw this as something dangerous to pull Doma's platform away. However, Izuku noticed a platform above the upper rank to attempt to slam it down and crush him. This ended with Doma jumping away and Izuku using several platforms to jump from and get towards him. Is he controlling the Infinity Castle? It appears so. In hopes to prevent more danger, Muzan made a door out of the dimension for Izuku to go through it. Realizing he's out of the domain, he turned to immediately try and head back into the Infinity Castle with Doma looking at him from the exit. It was fun talking to you. Let's have some more fun later when we can fight properly. I'd love to see what that foolish woman taught you and see if you're more entertaining. You won't get the chance. Izuku thrusted his blades forward for the door to completely close and him strike a giant boulder to turn it to rubble. Realizing he's now missed the opportunity to not only end Muzan, but the demon that ended Canning, Izuku gripped his blades in rage and shouted to the sky. Rayamahaha. Several minutes passed with him trying to get his composure together to feel guilt and regret letting his own emotions get the better of him. I'm sorry, Master. I failed to avenge you. Several hours later, sitting where he came out, Izuku tried to go over the string of events over and over again to see where he could have done better. Thanks to this, the sun had begun to come up with his head resting on his knees. I need to contact Shinobu and Giome. He pulled out a phone and began calling Shinobu to find out what was happening on their end. Izuku? What happened? I don't know. For the most part, I was pulled into I think another dimension and I have no idea where I am now. Put on a location finder on your phone and I'll figure it out. Already done. Shinobu checked on her side to realize something absurd. Izuku, this can't be right. This says you're on the opposite side of the country. Wait, that far? How is that even possible? Both were entirely confused as they tried to figure out how to reunite. Mr. Giome and I will head to Hokkaido. I'd like you to join us there. Understood. Izuku was hesitant before saying one last thing. Shinobu, I met Muzan Kibutsuji and Upper too. Hearing this, Shinobu was shocked. What happened? I messed up. I let my anger guide me and I messed everything up. Izuku began to cry on the other side of the phone. I could have done so much good if I just kept my head and wits with me. Now I'm sorry I messed up so badly. Izuku was on the point of hysterics with Shinobu just as angered the person that ended her sister got away again. However, she kept calm and spoke to calm him down. It's okay. I know there was a lot going through your mind. If we're to be honest, I don't think I could hold my own anger back if I saw him. Please don't blame yourself for something that I know you're hurting a lot from. No matter what, we both agreed we'd do what we could to end this demon as a way to avenge my sister. Blaming one another won't hurt. Trying to calm down from this, Izuku stood up. Contact me when you reach the Hokkaido. We'll set a destination to meet up there. Understood. Izuku hung up and took a deep breath in. I'll find you again, Doma. I'll find you and fix my mistake I did today. You hear me? Count the days you have left. Izuku POV. After spending several hours making my way towards where Shinobu and Giome were, we decided to meet up at a diner that was in the area. This was an easy spot for us to get a warm meal in us as well as explain what had happened after we separated. I began explaining my situation to them while slurping down a bowl of udon with even to myself it sounding like something out of a fantasy novel. So you're telling me you went to another dimension entirely that had gravity work in pulling you upwards or sideways to moving platforms that also defied the laws of physics? Shinobu questioned as she was about to put a dumpling in her mouth. It sounds crazy enough as it is, but so does going down into a sliding door and showing back up halfway across the country with no exact answer to it. It does make some sense if we look at our own jobs. Giome mentioned this as he began eating some fried tofu he ordered. The powers of demons ride on the line of fallacy alongside the powers of quirks in this day and age. To think that a demon or a human even would have such a power would not be outside of the realm of options. But if what you are saying is true, this could also explain how Muzan Kibutsuji was able to escape the Demon Slayer core for such a long time. We cannot chase what we cannot touch or enter. He has been alive for a long period of time. To say he's obtained the ability to do this wouldn't be an understatement. Shinobu took a bite out of another dumpling before asking a second question. You also said you controlled the dimension yourself. How did you manage that? I honestly don't know. At that point, I was so fixated on my anger in wanting Doma the Upper Two to die that I wasn't able to understand it. However, I think it may have something to do with me being of his blood. If that is the case, perhaps you are more special than even we believe. Giome mentioned this before another thing came to my mind. Muzan also mentioned that he can't absorb my cells. Apparently it was dangerous for him. I'm not sure if this is because of the wisteria shots I get or something else entirely, but maybe this could be something important to bring up at the next Hashira meeting. I concur in that. But while we're on the topic, did Muzan or the upper rank explain anything else to you? I thought about it before remembering a flower that Doma said to Muzan to answer. There was a talk about spider lilies. They were oddly important to Muzan and Doma called them blue spider lilies. Blue spider lilies? I've never heard of them. Giome responded with Shinobu remembering something. There was an old tale about blue spider lilies being able to give one superhuman strength. However, this was proven to be false as nobody has ever obtained some kind of strength alteration to them. I don't know myself where this falls into play, but it's somehow very important to Muzan Kibutsuji. If I knew why, I wouldn't bother questioning it and go right for a solution. It is a troubling matter indeed. But tell me, Izuku, what would you plan to do now that you know this? I thought about it before trying to think of a new answer. Maybe I can take on investigating the blue spider lily. With it, maybe Shinobu can find out herself if it does something to my blood cells and see if we can use it to get the upper hand on Muzan. Also, I want to talk to the Hashira about something else. And what's that, Izuku? Shinobu asked with him being hesitant before pulling out 2 vials. Shinobu knew what this was about to ask Izuku for confirmation. Are you certain you want to go down this path? I know the risks and I know it's not certain, but maybe it could help us. Right now, the upper moons are something we can't even begin to fathom. I don't know what happened to me with upper one, but I know as we are right now, we won't stand a shred of a chance against the other upper ranks. That includes Muzan. So I want to offer the Hashira the option, but only in a situation where there is absolutely nothing else to do. This might be a selfish request, but I'd rather turn those that could help and Muzan than randomly spread this power. If you both don't want to do this, I'm fine with it. I just want to give the chance to win to you all if it looks hopeless. Gyomii began crying at this. Such a kind heart. I understand that Miss Kane trained and taught you well. I shall take this as a precaution and will only use it if my life going onwards will benefit people. I think it's fair that I do, but I'd rather you not try and make an army of demons yours. Trust me, Shinobu. I won't. Several hundred miles across the country, Ochako POV. A few weeks passed since the incident with the demon known as Kyogai. Once we finished, our crows sent us down towards a home. From what we were told, the Corps had some allies varying from benefactors to those that have a debt they feel they should repay the demon slayers for what they've done for them. Currently, we're staying with one of the later for the guys to be. Running around in one of the rooms. Right now though, Momo and I are relaxing out on the terrace of the owner of the home talking with her. So your family was saved when you were a young adult? That is correct, young demon slayer. My family before has served the Corps in whatever way possible with their support of saving me from a demon, only solidifying my dedication. Take the time I have given you as but a small token of the gratitude I have to give to the Demon Slayer Corps. She seemed exceptionally happy to help to make me feel kinda bad imposing on her. In your opinion, how long do you think your family should serve the Demon Slayers? It is not a simple matter. A life debt is something that is not easy to repay. I am just happy I am able to play a small part in helping those that I owe so much to. I am alive today solely because of your Corps comrades. Just because you feel as if you are imposing, that isn't exactly the feeling that I am holding. I am proud to be of any and all use to you and your comrades. The old lady seemed so dedicated to us to make us imposing on her even more sad. Fortunately for us, we were healed almost entirely to the point I at least feel happy we're almost ready to leave. As we spoke, I noticed a crow come to enter into the room where the guys are. Momo and I joined in the room to hear what it had to say. Your next mission is to head towards Mount Nadagumo. All of you will head there immediately after being cleared by a doctor. The Kasugai crow, as quickly as it came, went and flew off. I felt somewhat okay with this since the ordeals of the owner of this home made me feel more motivated to start working harder. Fortunately for us, the doctor that the owner gave us to treat our injuries came shortly after the crow left to give us the all clear. As such, we put on our uniforms with Nezuko hopping inside her box. Don't worry, Nezuko. We'll let you out the second the sun comes down and it's safe too. I patted the box and reassured Nezuko inside as a way to make her feel less hurt. She can't move around as freely with Tanjiro seeming to be okay with it. It seems you and Nezuko bonded well, Uraraka. She's oddly very comforting to be around. Kinda makes me wish she was my little sister a bit. The two of us laughed with the old lady seeing us off at the gate. I hope my hospitality has done you all well. It has. Thank you so much for all you've done. Tanjiro said this before bowing with Momo, Zenitsu and I bowing. We all starting to turn around with the nice lady doing a customary thing with some rocks to make sparks. I wish you all victory in battle with the ability to hold your heads high. Inosuke couldn't comprehend this was an old tradition to start trying to pick a fight with the lady with Momo and Zenitsu holding him back. Since it was getting a bit drawn out, we decided to leave. Once we were a mile or so out, Tanjiro and Inosuke started a conversation about what she was doing. This somewhat got me and Momo to talk. So how much do you believe that story about Inosuke being raised in the forest? It's not unheard of. Depending on what helped raise him, it's not impossible. Momo's comment made me wonder more with how he fought, kinda making me think he was raised by boars. You think he was raised by wild pigs? With his attitude and table manners, it wouldn't shock me. We laughed at this before Inosuke came right behind us. What the hell are you laughing about? We were laughing about how happy you were with that meal the other night, having nice deep-fried tempura battered shrimp. The steamed veg we had with it you also greatly liked, to the state that it looked as if you were in total bliss with the flavors. I changed the subject with Inosuke doing something weird. Well, that's one way to quell the beast. Both me and Momo started laughing at her comment, with Inosuke getting mad at us to start chasing us. During this though, I was somewhat wondering what Izuku was doing now. I hope I mean Midoriya's okay too. Several hours later, third-person POV. The group arrived during the evening at Mount Natagumo. At the foot of it, Tanjiro looked up at the Kasugai crow he had for him to rest on a tree branch. There has been reports of demons on this mountain. Several demon slayers before you have been sent on to this place in hopes to investigate. However, there have been no reports of any of the ones sent returning. That doesn't sound so good. Momo mentioned this with the group, noticing a single demon slayer come down the mountain. Please, help me. This mountain is a death trap. He tried running towards the five with what seemed like threads on him, pulling the core member up and sent barreling back towards the mountain. We need to help him. Tanjiro said this with hopes to charge right in. Are you crazy? We're gonna die if we try anything? Zenitsu shouted in rage, with Ochako slapping him across the face. Snap out it, man. We're demon slayers. Just cause something scary happens doesn't mean we can turn tail and run. Ochako's response kinda shocked everyone, with Zenitsu feeling his cheek. But, aren't you scared as a girl? I mean, this is scary and everything. That guy just got pulled back into the forest. And? Zenitsu. There's a lot of scary things that I've seen. Before the final selection, Momo and I saw our master fight two demons who were members of the strongest of the strong among the demons. We fought waves of demons in hopes to protect a handful of people and barely survived with only our master's training to help us. If I told you I was scared out of my mind there, that wouldn't be a lie. But here's something you'll need to learn about on your own. Is your cowardice going to win you over, or will you fight to do the right thing and have that win you over? Zenitsu heard this to have no comment at all. It was only when Tanjiro spoke up that they broke the silence. Let's get going. Hopefully we can save that man before it's too late. Everyone but Zenitsu started heading into the forest and up the mountain in hopes to do this. However, Zenitsu stayed where he was, still feeling his cheek. Will I let cowardice win me over? He put his hand down before responding. You think I want to do this? I'd much rather find a nice person to marry and have little problems in life. No normal person would want to have this happen to them. Leaving Zenitsu, the group went through the forest, with it being rather dark for them. Does anyone have something to see in the dark with? Tanjiro asked, with Momo creating a few lights. These should be okay to attach to your uniforms, or Inosuke's headpiece in his case. She passed the small lights around for everyone to put them on. Ochako helped put Inosuke's on the ear of his boar head, with him being shocked at what it did. Holy crap! I have the power to see in the dark now. Lord Inosuke is now more powerful than anyone. Are you trying to let the demon know we're here? Ochako silently shouted before they noticed another demon slayer. They walked towards him, with Ochako patting his shoulder. Hey, what's the situation here? The person turned and panicked seeing them. When he realized it was just more members of the Corps, he calmed down. Sorry, I thought you were a demon. It's fine. I'm Ochako. My friends here are Momo, Tanjiro, and Inosuke. Are you the only person in a group here? Tanjiro asked, with the demon slayer introducing himself. I'm Murata, and no, I wasn't at first. He started to panic a bit while speaking of what he saw. It happened so fast. One by one, the demon slayers I was with started to disappear. Then, they couldn't control themselves. It was almost like they were puppets on strings. Murata looked like he was about to have a panic attack continuing. Why are they just sending more core members here? They should send a Hashira. At least then we're not just slaughtering innocent people. As they spoke, Momo felt something crawl on her to look down and see a spider. She smacked it off immediately to see some kind of thread be all over her arm. What the heck is this? Murata saw it and panicked. Cut that now. If you get tangled up in it, you'll become like them. Like who? Tanjiro asked with everyone hearing footsteps nearby. The group turned to see several core members walk towards them. They seemed to be defeated mentally. What's going on here? You dare to fight Lord Inosuke? Don't fight them. Murata spoke up for Ochako to notice something tied to them. Are those threads? Yes. The spiders on the ground tie them around you, and when that happens, it's all over with you being a puppet on a string. The Demon Slayer members were moving and struggling to fight against it as a way to help. Tanjiro cut the threads above the trapped members for them to fall on the ground. Ochako tried to do something for the spiders on the ground to help in the slightest. Wind breathing, fifth form, rising dust storm. The force pulled all the small spiders in the area up and obliterated them to show they were made by a demon. That should slow things down. I can handle things here if you want to go on ahead. Murata mentioned this as he dodged another demon slayer to cut the threads on him. Try not to get hurt, okay? Tanjiro spoke in a concerning manner before heading off with the rest. They continued further in with even more threads to be seen around. This looks like we're getting closer to the demon that must be responsible. Dang it. Stop hiding and face me. Inosuke shouted at the sky in rage as he looked around for the demon. However, the thing they found deeper in was something far worse. Demon slayers that looked extremely broken physically and mentally. Some had their bodies contorted in ways that looked not physically possible for Tanjiro to worry. Are these people all right? He questioned as one of the trapped demon slayers looked with pleading eyes at them. Please, kill me. This is torture for me. She came charging at the group with everyone trying to avoid the demon slayer alongside the others. As they did, they noticed the core member's arm move back to the state that they heard a snapping sound. Ah! Everyone in the group heard this to panic a little hearing. They're suffering now because they can't break free. This just makes things even worse knowing that they're suffering from injuries because of it. Tanjiro was afraid to act thanks to this realization, with Inosuke getting even angrier. Damned demon! Come and face the god of the mountain. Several miles away, Shinobu was walking calmly back from a mission she had recently had. From what the reports said,
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.